Going live in 3, 2, 1.
I'd like to call to order the Board of Trustees for the Dripping Springs Independent School District. Tonight is Monday, June 15th. I show at 6:06 p.m. and all board members are present. We'll get started tonight with our script related to the unusual circumstances we find ourselves in. On March 16th, Governor Greg Abbott granted a request by Attorney General Ken Paxton to temporarily suspend a limited number of open meeting laws to the extent necessary to allow telephonic or video conference meetings in response to the coronavirus. In accordance with those suspended rules, we certify the following. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. Although members of the board are not gathered in a central physical location, we do have a quorum in attendance at this meeting by video conference or telephone call. We're meeting by use of Zoom software application, which allows two-way communication for members of the board. As we would at any in-person meeting, members of the public have been given the opportunity to submit written comments in advance. And the Superintendent Washburn has already said we don't have any of those for this evening. All other meeting procedures will adhere to board adopted procedures to the extent practicable. An audio recording of the meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. This software application allows for an unlimited number of people to view and interact at a time. We apologize in advance for any unforeseen difficulties and ask for your patience as we navigate unprecedented conditions. If you have any questions about these suspended laws, please call the Office of the Attorney General at 888-672-6787 or by email at toma@oag.texas.gov. So we are convened tonight for the purposes of an agenda review. If you look at the agenda in front of you, we will begin with our normal opening ceremony, and then we'll move to recognitions. Todd, it looks like we've got some late retirees that will be with us next week.
That is correct. We'll have 2 additional employees to celebrate their retirement with us. So I'm sad to see them go, but it's our pleasure to honor them next week.
And hopefully they will be available via Zoom like the last meeting.
Yes, we've reached out to them, and I'm waiting to get confirmation on that, but crossing our fingers.
Yes, ma'am. And I'll just add that I've got one of the 2 confirmed that are going to be attending, and I'm waiting to hear back from the other.
Excellent. Okay. Well, then that brings us along to our next week we will go into a public hearing. We'll recognize our Assistant Superintendent for Finance and Operations, Scott Gillette. Scott, do you want to talk through how you envision that opportunity going?
Sure. Thank you. So, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the presentation yet. I'll be happy to answer any questions just to try to clarify before next week. But basically, the public hearing will be just an opportunity for us to discuss the upcoming budget for 2021 and then basically the proposed tax rate. And so some of the highlights that we'll be talking about, once again, the board approves budget specifically for the general operating fund, debt service fund, and child nutrition. And so we'll be talking about that, talking about a little bit about our compensation, 2% cost of living adjustment to midpoint for all staff, talk a little bit about the health insurance contributions that we'll maintain those at $300 a month, and the HSA and HRA at $75 per month. But also that we're going to be providing, hopefully, if the board approves, additional group healthcare coverages. And so I'll be later in the meeting that proposing the DOI, District of Innovation Amendment for approval, but then Tiffany will be coming in and actually talking about the group health insurance coverage. So we'll talk a little bit about the, some of the highlights of the general fund budget, and then really, and the tax rate. And I think the tax rate is going to be an important thing to talk about because it's so challenging right now, because our tax rate is going to reduce at whatever level our certified values allow us to reduce it to on the M&O side. But we won't know that till July 25th when we get those certified tax rates. So everything we do between now and then is an estimate. And so in our estimate, at the guidance of the state and at the guidance of the associations that we're members of, they said use kind of our worst case scenario. So even though it's showing a little bit of tax decrease on our worst case scenario, our projection is that we'll actually realize a significant larger tax rate decrease on when it's actually said and done in August or September when the board approves that. So on our general fund budget, we are presenting basically a balanced budget. It's got a small surplus, $12,000. And so essentially we feel like that we will operate in the black and that we will have a surplus budget for the year. That is so unpredictable right now. And obviously we'll have to talk about that, because what does next year look like? And there's still so many variables that are unknown. But with the information that we have now, that's where we are. Other than that, the debt service and the child nutrition budgets are pretty simple. They're both in good shape. The child nutrition budget largely is going to be like the general fund budget. There's so many variables that could affect that. How many kids will be in school? When will they be in school? How will lunches be served? And so that's a challenge. So we did the best we could to put together a budget that's indicative of what we think can or most likely to happen. But once again, lots of variables. So anyway, if you have any specific questions about the presentation, I don't really want to go through it all right now, so y'all don't have to hear it twice, but just want to hit kind of the highlights before next week.
Scott, we do have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Shannon.
Hey, Scott, can you hear me okay? I've got a different, can you all hear me or no?
Speak up a little bit. It's pretty faint.
Okay, I'm trying to use headphones tonight.
That's better.
I thought we talked about doing a balanced budget. I thought we weren't going to show any surplus. I thought we talked about that at the last board meeting.
Okay, I didn't realize that we were specified on doing an exact balanced budget. It's within, $12,000. That's what's posted now, and that's the budget that we need to take, because that's what's we put in the paper as our public posting. But it's essentially a balanced budget. It's just with a very small surplus.
Okay, because we've always obviously passed the negative budgets, and I know we want to be very cognizant, especially of our community members who have mentioned that they would like to see something a little bit different. I just want to make sure that because of all the COVID, all the issues going on with the pandemic, that we're not showing. If you think 12,000 is fine to show, I just want to make sure that we're accounting for everything that we possibly could account for.
I think we are. We're doing the best we can with the information we have. And so, like any budget, every day is a new day that we're working through the new variables. So every day brings new challenges during any school year, but next year will bring that many more. But no, I feel comfortable that we've tried to look at everything, turn over every stone and say, this is where we feel like that we can be at this point.
And this doesn't have any of the federal CARES Act money or anything like that. It has just.
This does not.
Okay. Okay.
And we will have that money additional next year, because we're not spending any of those funds in this budget year. So that will be available to us in addition to this.
Even with the information that we've received in the last several days, that Commissioner Morath has talked about it not being filtered down, not being sent down to the school districts.
So no, it's being sent. It's a planning. Basically, our funds are HB3 funds, but
right.
We're taking the hit on us because they're saying that we have it for 1920. So we're so we're actually going to have a little bit of a benefit next year because they're reducing our revenues this year, this fiscal year, by that amount. But we're going to reduce our expenses next year because we're going to be expending out of next year's budget.
Okay.
So the state is saying, because we're giving you this money, we don't need to give you as much state
Right.
money but we're not expending any of that money this year. So in effect, we're going to absorb that hit, or if you want to call it, in this year's budget. But we're going to have that money in addition to what we're presenting next week for next year's budget, which is $239,000.
Okay.
Joanna?
Hi.
I
We had questions about some of our projected expenditures and whether or not we've how we've factored in COVID-19 and the pandemic. And I feel I wasn't able to look at it more in depth until this afternoon, and so I'm seeing the differences between the 2018 and 2019 actual versus the 20 and 21 proposed, and some of them look like there are significant decreases, particularly in function 11, which is instruction. It looks like, and I guess my concern is, you know, like when I look at things like supplies and materials, we spent 1.9 million in 2018, 2019, and it's budgeted at 915,224 for this year. And then, and I'm looking at some of the curriculum and instruction function 13, and I mean, some of my concerns are, how has this changed over the last few months to account for what we will be facing in the fall? I know we're not exactly sure, but I'm not, since I don't know what we spent last year on some of these services, it's not, I'm a little concerned because I feel like those could be areas where we see greater expenses. And I'm just curious how you factored that in, Scott.
Well, I think on the supplies and materials, that's a challenging one because usually that's where so much of our technology refresh goes to, is the supplies and materials. And we don't always factor that refresh because we don't know which budget year we're going to put that in. So, and then we determine whether we need to propose a lease or if we have room in the budget, and we bring that to the board at a point in the spring is what we've done. So what we did this year is, so in, I think it was March or April, we brought the technology refresh to the board, and that was $587,000. A lot of that, a very significant portion, will hit those supplies and materials, and will increase. We amend our budget at that point to reflect those additional costs. What we also did this summer is, knowing that there's a greater need for technology and potentially remote learning, we made the decision then to buy some additional technology in this year's budget. And so while it's this year's budget, it's going to be, at the end, we're going to be receiving those devices in June, but it's going to be ready for the next fiscal year. So sometimes the budget that's initially approved doesn't really reflect where it's going to end up. And so, but we literally spent, I think, roughly almost $1 million on technology purchases to be ready for that remote learning environment. Potentially, that's going to be as a greater need next fall.
Sorry, we're having work done on our house, so I'm trying to mute when you're not, so you don't hear the construction. So what about in areas, like I keep reading in national publications that schools are going to be very financially stressed by providing things like masks to children who don't have them, increased cleaning supplies, that it's not just going to be curriculum and potentially a new form of instruction. There are other increased costs. How has that been factored into this budget?
So once again, like the PPE, the mask and the gloves, we've bought a lot of that already. In addition, and I know Mr. Washburn can talk to this, the state is providing quite a significant amount of protective equipment to all districts in Texas at no cost. They're part of the CARES funding they use to purchase personal protective equipment. And so, Todd, if you wanted to talk to that a little bit.
Sure. Thanks, Scott. Yes, we just received that news last week from the commissioner that they'll be providing us with a significant supply of masks, gloves, hand sanitizer. They're also looking at some additional potential resources related to health concerns, potentially shields and some even possible dividers for districts and campuses. Those are still to be defined. The other piece I wanted to speak to your point, Joanna, about cost for curriculum and supporting resources. One of the things I will be talking a little bit more in depth about in my report is just that we are bringing in significant numbers of teachers to help us curate, develop, and design curriculum and content for the upcoming school year, so that we can be agile and be able to adapt regardless of what scenario situation we open up with, and looking at specifically too on intervention strategies and resources that are needed. And so we're trying to utilize, as Scott said, the budget is a ever evolving resource, and we're utilizing some of those resources this year in order to set ourselves up for success, and knowing that we're going into a more challenging fiscal years in the next couple of years potentially, but we are providing setting up those resources for next fall.
Sounds like we're having teachers come in over the summer outside of their contracted salary hours. Some of that's getting paid for from this year's budget. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct.
Okay, and then the other thing I noticed is that our Function 52 security services has gone up pretty dramatically. And it may not have gone up dramatically from last year, and I'm for safety security, but I'm just curious if there was a reason why that seems to have gone up so much. It went from 263,000 in 2018-2019 to 484,000 in 2021. And I know we have more SROs, which I'm really glad for. But I just didn't know if that reflected the change in salary, or if that was somehow complying with the new requirements of HB3, or if it's not that dramatic because we don't have the 1920.
Yeah, I'll have to do some digging to find out exactly what that increase is, and I will get that out to you. A lot of it has to do with HB3 and that additional funding that we get, but I don't. Before I say something that is incorrect, I'd rather get the information and get it to you.
Okay, and then just the same questions about transportation and COVID. I know that some schools are expecting to have significantly increased costs in transportation because they'll have to be running more buses. And I didn't know if we'd considered that in the transportation budget.
I think for the transportation budget, we're still trying to determine what that's going to look like. And I don't know that we know that, because we don't know exactly what the school day is going to look like. So if the budget, if it requires more, then we'll allocate more dollars to that, and we'll determine how to do that. In some ways it could be more expensive. In some ways it might be less expensive. And I don't know for sure where that's going to end up. That's one of those areas that's really challenging.
Will we have more information with the TEA guidance that's being released on Tuesday? Do you think that will be sufficient? I mean, are we going to have more information before we need to, or do you foresee us having to make a number of amendments next year?
I think we always have to be prepared to make amendments. We bring amendments every month to the board. And so the budget, since it was posted on June 11th, is published out there in the community in the newspaper, then this is the budget that we can't change the proposed budget now. So what we would do is approve the budget and then make amendments as necessary.
Okay, thank you very much, Scott.
You're welcome.
And to your point though, Joanna, my hope is that, Tuesday afternoon, we do have a updated commissioners call, and he had indicated last week that he would be providing additional guidance on fall, which will help a lot of ways, giving us a better understanding of what our capacities or parameters will be to operate our transportation, classrooms, child nutrition, those different processes. And so again, as Scott mentioned, if we need to make some adjustments or amendments, we'll do that as we go through. But really right now we have begun some planning, and I'll talk a little bit more about where we're at with that, but we're recognizing that we'll have to revise some of those initial brainstorming sessions to align to those new parameters.
Thank you.
Mary Jane.
Todd already alluded to this in tomorrow's meeting, but the biggest variable I think that we're waiting on is the commissioner's determination of how ADA will be calculated. And you're anticipating that announcement tomorrow?
That is correct. That's what he also included in his update, that he would be giving guidance on that.
Actually, I think, wasn't it postponed until Thursday?
Oh, well, I'll have to check. I did not see anything come through my email today, but did you? I'll double check my email. Usually they give us updates on if it's postponed or, but I did not see that.
Might be wrong.
Shannon, did you have another question, or is your hand up from previously? Yeah.
I do have another question. I'm not saying this the way that I want to say this, but Scott, have you thought about when you're doing this public hearing, let's just say we have questions about this budget. In the past, we've been passing a negative budget. It doesn't turn out that way, of course. We're always adding to the fund balance. That's great, but we've always been approving a negative budget. Now we're in a pandemic and we're looking at passing a surplus budget. It's not by much. It's not at zero, which is what I meant by balanced. I shouldn't have used that word, but we know we've had this process and a lot of conversation. How is that going to translate to our community members, where I think this could be a little bit confusing, that we've been passing these negative budgets and now we're in a pandemic and passing a surplus budget? Does that make sense? What I'm trying to ask is, are you prepared to at least comment on the change in the philosophical approach you've had to, like, the differences between how you approach the budget versus Elaine, et cetera, and parameters that you've utilized to do so? I think it can be confusing to our community.
No, I think it's a challenge. And I mean, that is a challenge. I mean, once you get used to doing things a certain way, then it's hard to see change, no matter what the change is. And so, but yes, you're right. So in the past several years, there's been some fairly large deficit budgets passed, but every year has ended up in a fairly large surplus. And so for me, I don't feel like that we should have quite as big a swing from the approval of the budget to what the final numbers are. Now, next year could be the year that there's a huge swing, because I don't know, I think this is the year we're going into that has even more variables. But one thing that indications that we have from the state right now and from our organizations is that we will be funded per HB3 next year as we're expected to last year. So even though we're in the pandemic and even though the economy is not going well, what the indications are is that we will receive our funding on a per student basis and ADA as was approved by the legislation last summer. The issue is, I think, like Dr. Hetrick said, is how is ADA going to be calculated? And so we're working really in the dark until we know that. But we're working with the assumption that there's going to be some adjustments to how ADA is calculated, just like there was this spring, because the reality is there's probably going to be some remote learning. And if there's not, then I don't think any school district could make budget if they don't allow for some remote learning. But I don't know for sure. But I think we're working with, hopeful that the state's going to realize the position schools are in.
So can we lead with that? I mean, can that be something that you lead with? So it's pretty clear that we're still in a process, but for our community members that are having a big shift, I don't like the big swing myself. And so I like that we're closer to, a different philosophical approach rather. But I think it's important to at least acknowledge the difference that we're having and that the community and explain it in some form or fashion. But I think it's important to lead with what you just said.
Okay.
For our community members. We've been part of this for several months.
Right.
I just think it's important to be prepared to address that, or maybe nobody will notice, but I mean, they want to see a better balanced budget, for lack of a better term. However, it can be pretty misleading and confusing.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Do we have additional questions? I don't see any hands up on the screen. Scott, I know typically in these presentations, there is some discussion of what parameters you started out with based on the board's conversation. I don't see that in that presentation, but I also haven't had time to study it super closely. So is it built in there and I missed it?
There's not much on the parameters in this. I can add to this and put the parameters in there. I think there's a little bit of the parameters in the budget adoption, the official board presentation.
Okay.
But not the full parameters, but I can add those in.
Okay. I think it's helpful for people to know how kind of what you started out with as far as how you crafted.
Okay.
And will you have books for us before next Monday?
Yes, I will.
So I guess then at this time, we usually, because it'll be a public hearing, we'll be prepared for question and answer time. Todd, do you have you and Sheila worked on a plan? Is that going to be people have the ability to call in, like public comment, or how do you envision that happening?
Yes, we've worked out a system we believe that will enable folks to either do a written comment that we could read, but also providing them the option where they could call in, and we have it set up where they can call directly into a computer so that the audio would be just like I am speaking to you now, because we had some issues when we tried to do it using a regular landline. The feedback and quality was not strong enough, but we have tested that and it worked really well as far as being able to hear what they had to say. They'll still be submitting a form though, just because it'll allow us to do a Google Voice call to them, so that then their audio comes through a computer, which is directly connected to the Zoom meeting, which will allow better clarity.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you for that clarification. I know that there has been a lot of miscommunication about the state of the district's finances and our budget planning budget planning process, and how we have put together this agenda with thought to next year, certainly the unknown with regard to our current school environment given the pandemic. So I assume that as a team, y'all are talking about what communication needs to look like to the community leading up to the vote next week. But if that hasn't happened, I would just ask that you do that. I think it's helpful to put some information into the community for people who are actively paying attention, so they have some accurate information about what the process is and what it looks like.
Sure, I know Scott and Dale have been talking about that, and so we can make sure we can get something out pretty soon, the next couple of days, just to give folks a little more detail into our budget process.
Absolutely, we appreciate that. Any other questions from board members? Do you have anything else for us on that, Scott?
No, I think just a clarification. So after I finish with my presentation next week, say a question comes in, I'm assuming that it goes to you first, and then if you want me to answer, if you want to answer yourself, I'll just take my cues from you.
Yes. I think that's accurate. I think most of the questions will come to you, but I'm happy to triage them.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah, I'm good either way. If you tell me you want me to just take them, I'll go with that. But I just want to make sure that
Yeah, I guess it's probably the best approach will be based on how it's coming through that office. So, I would think that if it's that it probably makes sense for you to be prepared to answer the questions directly, unless it's something that's being asked about how the board perhaps is approaching the decision. At any point, you're welcome to defer to me if you need to.
all right. Yeah.
That's what we're here for. So. Okay, thank you very much for that. So then we'll go into next Monday, we'll go into our normal public forum, which is for posted agenda items and non-posted agenda items. And then we'll begin our reports and discussion items. This is our first Office of Learning and Innovation with our new Assistant Superintendent for L&I. Dr. Karen Kidd, we are very happy to have you with us tonight. If you would, I know you've been very busy at work. We appreciate you not resting on your laurels and going to work for our district. If you will walk us through your L&I report, we would appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'm so glad to be here with you this evening. As you can tell, we jumped right in, and Mr. Washburn alluded to the work that's already being done. So far, we have 172 educators that are jumping on the bandwagon of starting that work of guaranteed viable curriculum. And so what that looks like is we have some objectives that we're going after. And first is the curation of resources so that it will free up our teachers to be able to spend more face time in intervention time with students face-to-face or via computer. Basically, we're planning for anything. And so what that looks like, best practices remote, best practices face-to-face. So we're trying to have just this continuation of learning. So it's just in the event that something happens, we have to shut down again. It's just the kids will not miss a beat, hopefully. Through that, we're also aligning effective feedback. So previously there was the TEACS resource system that we are using, and that is a great jumping off point, and we're using that in elementary completely following their scope and sequence. But also what that affords us the ability to do when we're writing curriculum is build solid assessments so that we have an equal way of assessing where students are, so that we're looking for those gaps in content standards. So that's part of that work as well. And then finally, building kind of a unified remote resource system for not only students, but for parents as well. We did get some feedback saying it was a little confusing if you had students at multiple levels and just the different ways we had to navigate to get the resources they were looking at. So that work is underway. Our teachers are working really hard on their summer break. So we all know that teachers really don't get breaks. We're lucky that we do get to pay them for this work, and being mindful of our taxpayers' money, we are honing that into just a few days of work. So we planned for 8, but we're hoping to get everything finished in 5. So, and we do have a lot of teachers that represent all student populations, so that we're mindful of that work. So you can stop me at any time. I'm just going to go bullet by bullet. So the social emotional learning piece, we have that T-Chat, which is that MOU signed with the University of Texas, basically affording parents the opportunity to have that interaction, FaceTime with services, mental health services in our building at parent request or parent consent. So that's underway. We are in the process of phase 2, where they are coming out to train our representatives. The SHAC meeting that was technically finished, I called another meeting July 8th just to make sure I'm clear on the recommendations, and given everything that's happening in society today, I wanted to make sure the SHAC didn't want to make any other recommendations or considerations. One of the bullet points that the SHAC was supposed to recommend, I was unclear on, so I wanted to get clarity with that group before I came to the board in July with their recommendations. So I'm meeting with them July 8th. We are in the throes of summer school right now. It's remote, and that's going great. And next month we'll be bringing you the student handbook. We will start gifted and talented assessments again the first week of August, and then acceleration testing, as you can see, is set for July 13th through 30th. Let's see what else. The CL&I team put together summer reading resources. So like the Learning Hub, you should have access to those links, and providing different resources for parents and students as they're reading. And then special education, they did a district-wide desk audit in May, and then they reviewed annual ARD meetings, and then we got feedback that we'll be working through to fortify our processes. Do you have any questions for me?
Board members, it looks like Joanna has a question.
Hi, welcome. Thank you. We're so glad to have you here. I know everyone's looked forward to having you, and I've heard great things already. Next week, could we hear more about summer school, how many kids we have in it, if we've lost contact, if there are any of the kids that we lost contact with, and if there are kids who we should have in summer school, but so what I'm curious is, are any of the kids in our current summer school program kids who we lost contact with in the spring, so that I'm clear? And then are there kids who should be in summer school remotely who we do not have contact with? And if so, how many?
Sure, I can get those for you.
Yeah, and if we could have then some idea too of, I know that we had discussed in our board, in our last workshop with the board about how we're going to measure student success. And I believe that's on the agenda for next month. Some data on how our students are doing. So anything that you've found over the last few weeks, whether that's map testing or that can give us some idea of what we may have lost or where we are right now as we're moving into July and thinking about setting goals, district-wide goals, that would be great. So I think we're all curious how we're going to assess the best ways for assessing growth and how you're going to be working towards ensuring that kids are growing academically after this long period of distance learning and through next year.
Yes, that's perfect. We do have a lot of diagnostic tools, thankfully, that we can use. We do have to fortify the DRA, basically is a reading assessment, to ensure that we are providing the same process and building capacity in teachers to understand, because it's a little bit subjective, so that we can get a really clear understanding of where students currently are performing and then realize any gaps that occurred. And luckily, a lot of the MAP assessments from last year, they assessed twice last year, the fall and the winter. So we have a lot of data right before shutdown that we can use as a jumping off point. Those same diagnostics will be used in the fall earlier on. We're pushing things up, and I don't know if you're aware, but the kindergarten screener for dyslexia, we're required to screen kindergartners within 20 days of school starting, and we have a plan for that. So we're going to be casting a wide net to make sure that we're not missing any students, and there is a plan for those students.
I'm really glad to hear that. That's good to hear. Thank you very much for your work.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Todd, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I was going to say, I was going to jump in just to kind of echo a lot of what Dr. Kidd said, and also it actually will save me some time on the flip side. I was going to weave some of that into my fall update, but the L&I team and Dr. Kidd have done an amazing job pulling teachers together. You heard about the numbers of teachers we're bringing together to curate these instructional resources and curriculum. They do have a plan on really hitting the ground running back when we come to the fall, and identifying. We've been identifying our campus administrators have created lists on kids who we were in contact, and then some that kind of faded as we went through the process. So we're looking at those kiddos who didn't have as much success remotely, plus looking at our at-risk list that we have based on students' failure to pass common STAR assessments. And then as Karen said, we do have a lot of good data from beginning and middle of the year assessments that we can look at students who are performing below grade level. So they're developing a plan in which we hit the ground running, where our tier 1 interventionists are looking at more of a push-in program than a pull-out program, so we can provide services within the classroom itself and help kiddos close those gaps early on. We're taking a much more proactive approach with that, given the data that we have and things, and our assessment calendar that they're working on finalizing it as well. We're trying to push that as close to the front of the school year as possible, without greeting them at the door with a paper and a test. But we're going to accelerate that process. And I just want to say again, kudos to Dr. Kidd and the team that she's put together. And I keep reminding myself, I think this is just the start of week 3. And it's pretty amazing what she's been able to pull together in a short period of time. And again, our IFs, our flies, our teacher leaders are stepping up to the challenge very quickly and very enthusiastically. And so very proud of the way they're responding with all those things. And we can give you more information on the data and numbers as you requested earlier. But I just wanted to take the opportunity to, really say thanks to Dr. Kidd and the work that they've done. And I'm excited to see the work that will follow, because I do believe it'll enable us to address some of the issues that we feedback we received from remote learning previously, and allow teachers more time to do intervention, more direct teach, and not spend as much time developing and creating those curriculum resources.
Thank you, Todd. Any additional questions for Karen? Mary Jane?
Yes, I was just wondering when we will get results. Didn't the survey finalize on Friday? The survey to parents about options?
Oh, yes, survey results that I put out there. Yes, I'll talk about that a little bit this evening. And I can bring you kind of final statistical data on Monday, but I'll give you some of the overview tonight.
Any additional questions? There's a lot I think that's going to happen between now and next week. So I'll be interested to see how much has changed, and the timing is good. Going to be back at it next Monday. Thank you, Dr. Kidd. We're happy to have you here. Thank you for working so hard so quickly for us, for our kids, really.
Yes, thank you.
We'll move now to Office of Finance and Operations. Scott, do you want to get us started on those updates?
Sure. So I think the first one is always our normal construction update. So I don't know if any of you had a chance to look at the report. If you have any specific questions, Mike and Clint are both here on the Zoom meeting. So if they have anything that they feel like they need to let you know before next week, I think it's a relatively standard construction update. If there's something the board wants them to address next week, then just let us know. And Mike and Clint, if y'all have anything, jump in.
Okay, board member. I'm sorry, Clint, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say nothing specific. I just didn't know if we wanted to go through the report tonight or if we wanted to wait and do that. I know there's a lot of stuff a lot of ground to cover next week. So
yeah, board members, would you like, since Mike and Clint are here tonight, for them to walk through the construction update, or would y'all rather wait till next Monday?
I'm okay with waiting.
Anybody else? Somehow Mr. Jones has dropped off my,
Mary Jane has her hand raised up.
Mary Jane?
Just the one question I wanted clarification on tonight is some of what's been said on social media suggesting a radical departure of plans from what was told to specifically the middle school community versus what's happening on the ground. And is there any validity to that?
I haven't seen the specific comments, but it was shared with me just a little while ago. I would say that there's not any validity to that in my mind. The plans and what we talked with the middle school group and the Walnut group, what we're what's started on the ground is very consistent with the plans that we've discussed all along. I'd say it's not too dissimilar to what happened at the beginning of the elementary 5 project. The early work, that early site work, is some of the loudest and most disruptive, and it's it's a little bit similar to the whatever the euphemism of ripping the Band-Aid off. It's once you start with that heavy equipment out there, it can give the appearance that it can be somewhat of a shock, but I know that Mike and myself have continued to even during the closure, we've had several meetings with Mr. Certain and his leadership regarding kind of the day-to-day of what you can expect, and I would say that we've also done that communication with the residents over there. So maybe a long way of answering your question is I feel like everything that is being done and what you're seeing on the ground is very consistent with what we've talked about all along.
Joanna, you had a question?
Just and this is really to Todd, do we have communication plans for both communities that we have already outlined and that we're in the process of executing? Because I know that I've heard some concerns from the Enchanted Oaks sort of area. I know that it's certainly been an unusual, spring, but it would be nice to know that there was a communication plan that we were executing to ensure that we're really continuing to push out communications to neighbors about this information.
Yeah, thank you for asking that. So just an update to the board also, we did have a Zoom meeting with the neighbors for elementary number 5. We had, I believe, about 28 folks that attended the Zoom meeting, and we provided them with an update on the property, the project itself, and gave them kind of an outline of some of the things to anticipate. We also got feedback from them that they'd like to have ongoing meetings so we can provide them with updates. I know Clint and his team are also looking kind of at the project scope and trying to identify key processes that will be happening. And we want to during the Zoom meeting confirmed with the group that we would be more proactive and give them more lead time as we enter into things that would be more disruptive. And I'll use an example of, when you pour concrete, for those of you that have been around job sites, that happens fairly early just because you have to or it will cure too quickly. And so giving them plenty of lead time to know that when those types of activities are happening on the property, that they have a heads up so they're not surprised when those things happen. So we're working on that to communicate that out in advance, and then just update them, because we know the time frames kind of shift and slide as you're going through those projects.
That's great to hear. I'm really glad. I think that's probably, and I know our emails reflect this, it's probably even more true now that more people are working from home. Being able to plan calls or Zooms or know that they need to go somewhere else when it's loud would probably be greatly appreciated. But I'm really glad to hear that the meeting went well and that there's going to be ongoing communication. Thank you, guys.
Okay, any other questions from board members? I would just say, Clint and Mike, to the best that you can get up to speed on that communication that was happening on social media over the weekend. There are a lot of misnomers about the building. For example, that the middle school is going to incur smaller spaces or spaces being taken away from instructional areas. And that may have been the original model when the two schools were much more connected, but we have obviously over time pulled away from that, left them very much two separate schools that are connected versus, a more of what we see at Sycamore campus. So, we've been for a long time trying to do that fact, myth buster, whatever that document is, where we keep things up to speed. It might be helpful just to have some construction focused communications on that, or to the faculty at both schools so that they are aware of the facts as they're taking place on the ground. I mean, little statements about how our meetings weren't open and weren't recorded and available to the public. So I think there's just a lot that the administration could do to help make people more clear as to what the facts are related to that. Since so many hours have gone into both of those properties, it would be great to be able to support that. So
yeah, and I know as recently as the last week and today, I know Dale has been working back and forth with myself and Todd and Scott on the fact checker or whatever for some additional information as a follow-up to the elementary 5 discussion. And I'm sure we could do something similar for Walnut.
thank you. I think we're in that phase where we are growing so much that you're never going to over communicate. And I know it's hard for, it's a lot of work, a lot of legwork, but we appreciate the efforts. So we certainly want to make sure people are clear on what the plans are and the planning that went into it. They aren't surprised. So thank you, Clint.
Yes, ma'am.
Scott, do you have other portions of your report that you'd like to highlight?
For me, no, as far as the reports, because I'll be highlighting those in the action items and also with the public hearing. So the only one thing that I would like to mention is I talked to Dan Wegmiller today, and it's getting better. The market is for a potential refunding of some debt. It's not where he would recommend it yet, but kind of their goal is to get it to a 10% present value benefit to the district. And about 2 months ago it was at 1 or 2%, and today it's at 7%. There's no guarantee that it's going to continue to move to that 10%, but he feels like the market conditions are good for that to happen. So we're prepared, and that if we get that opportunity, then we'll be able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's fairly remarkable that we're back up to 7. So I'm glad he's watching that for us. Thank you for that update. Board members, any other questions for Mr. Gillette?
And of course, the only other report is the HR report. If y'all have any specific to that, I know Tiffany's on the call too. So
Absolutely. Any questions about the HR report? Joanna.
All the questions tonight. If we could get an update on where we are with hiring for Scott's position, and we're so sad to see you go, Scott, but we have one more meeting with you. For Scott's position and for the other administrative posted positions, and as well as, and this might be a question for Todd to address in the superintendent, what the hiring process and committee process is going to look like for the positions that have been posted. And I will say a retired administrator said she was so glad to see that we are hiring an elementary curriculum coordinator, administrator, that it's so needed. So I was glad to see that as well.
Yep. So, yeah. So right now we are just, we're still in the collection phase for Scott's position. We're receiving applications, and so we're trying to give it a little more time so we have a solid pool to go off of, and we can talk a little bit more about the process as far as who would like to be involved with that. A board representative for the replacement of his position. We could talk more about that as we get a date set to see who's available. And again, the others are posted at this point. So.
And are we going to hire it? I guess my other, and we can talk offline about this, but my other about more specifically about how the committees are going to look, because I think that that you changed the process to some degree, and I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. I think it's fine for you to, I'm not commenting negatively in any way. I just want to make sure that there are no surprises. And 2, are we hiring an interim for Scott's role? And have we thought about doing that? Do we need to?
Yeah, I am looking at trying to locate an interim person for that stopgap, just because you know, if a person's currently in a position, it'll take them a little time to transition. So we're looking into that as well. What I could do is I'll put together kind of a timeline for hiring and a process, and I can bring that back to you all or send it to you electronically to look at and provide feedback.
Thank you, Todd. Any other questions for Scott or Todd? Okay. Just switch hats there, Todd, and throw you into the Office of the Superintendent update.
Okay, hang on one second. Switch my screen over. Sorry about that. Oh my. Let me. Should have had that page set up for me. Sorry. So again, the report, you'll see a breakdown of our legal fee summary year to date. You see notice from Thompson's Consulting on rural subdivision, 13 acres with 3-acre lots coming in with the map associated there. Loading. And there's a public hearing for a special exception application for a lot that is on the property in between on Sportsplex. You'll see the blue highlighted lot that they're having a hearing for exception there. We're welcome to come and be a part of that or give any feedback on that. And that is just a basic general report, not a whole lot of activity. We are still hearing, though, that there are some other things that real estate is still moving and some potential plans in the future, but nothing significant to report as far as this board meeting coming up, as far as land development. So what I wanted,
Todd.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Okay. No, any questions on this portion or?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, I was going to shift gears then. Wanted to talk to you all a little bit about fall planning, and so I'm going to actually see if I can. Let me see if I can get this to come up here. Multiple screen sharing. Sheila, can you allow me to share my screen for a second? Wait, can you, maybe I have it. Can you all see something that says fall planning on your screens? No?
Now it's Todd.
Okay. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to provide the board with an update on kind of our plans and our discussions around what the fall will look like for us. I know in Karen's report, she kind of alluded to a little bit of the behind the scenes work that is taking place currently as far as preparing and developing resources for the upcoming school year. The visual you see here is something that I had communicated to our stakeholders related to where we might end up with the fall, everything from opening up with normal school operation face-to-face to 100% remote. And then you see that yellow piece, which is kind of a hybrid or a combination model where we would potentially have some in a remote learning phase and others in a face-to-face situation, traditional. So what we have is we have a challenge because we're challenged with how do we reopen schools safely and responsibly given the health pandemic and the conditions that will be in place when we get to August. And the analogy that comes to mind is the Apollo 13 space exhibition. Just I think it really rings true to what we're talking about here as we're doing education as we traditionally have, and we've had this pandemic come up, and now we're really faced with a challenge on how do we react and respond and create safe environments for all stakeholders. The first step, we really need to have a better understanding of what this problem is, what it looks like, and how can we best solve the problem and safely reopen schools in the fall. And then the second part we want to always look at is, in order to do so, we really have to utilize the talents of our teachers and staff and support folks to come up with the best possible solutions to these challenges that we're faced with. So I love the analogy from Apollo 13. It's the inevitable, how do you make a square peg fit in a round hole? And the square peg being our traditional approach to teaching and learning, to now we have COVID, which is a pandemic that we're having to shift and modify the ways in which we do things to create safe environments for our students. What we know is we know that we're going to start school. We know also that based on conditions that there will be some level of COVID pandemic happening in our community in the fall. We know that we're going to have to rely on our staff and also community, getting feedback from them on how best we can support their students' needs. And we know that unfortunately there is not enough time to develop a vaccine that would be helpful to further prevent the pandemic. What we don't know are on the right-hand side here, you could kind of see, we've talked a little bit about this, that what those regulations will be. We know the governor's orders, change every few weeks. We also know that guidance from TEA continues to be updated and changing fairly regularly based on conditions. Social distancing is a huge challenge as far as capacities, and I'll get into the different areas that they impact the most. And then cleaning protocols and things, what will we need to do to make sure our spaces are safe, everything from buses to cafeterias to classrooms, and also what level of concerns that we will have in our community with our parents and students and staff. And of course, where the pandemic will be in August is still undefined at this point. So our team of administrators, principals, teacher leaders, directors in different capacities, we've been trying to talk through the what if scenarios, not knowing for sure where we will be, but we were kind of even talking about what about if we only had 50% of our students that would be able to attend school based on parameters. And this visual example is just an example of 24 students in a classroom. 50% would be 12. Student capacity with social distancing, depending on the classroom, that could be anywhere from more like 8 to 10 based on square footage. And in fact, last week, the commissioner came out with some additional guidance for the summer protocols, which originally started at 11 persons, including the teacher or any adults in every classroom. Those have since changed as of Thursday, where there is a 3-part litmus test where it's based on 45 square foot per person in a room, or the social distancing of 6 feet apart, or a maximum of 22. And so those variables and parameters are already changing for the summer. As I mentioned before, tomorrow, we're supposed to get further guidance on what those parameters will be for the fall. And so that will help guide and direct these conversations more more fully. Transportation is another big challenge for us. You know, if you think about social distancing on a school bus that could carry anywhere from 55 to 60 students, when you factor in social distancing and a need to load those students on and off the bus safely, you could be looking at a capacity of 12 students, depending on what that looks like. So again, some of the challenges we talked about with budget earlier could impact that. Again, the percentage of students that come face-to-face also will have an impact on the number of routes. Same thing goes for our cafeterias. There have been limitations originally put in place that we could have no more than 11 in a group, which that's changed already. And then there was a social distancing between groups in large spaces of 30 feet. That has been reduced to 12 feet. And so again, we're looking forward to that direction for the fall so that we can begin to plan more definitively for how we will open up schools. And again, are there some potential programs that based on safety concerns and things that we may or may not be able to continue or have to look at doing some of those differently? Once we get further information, we'll be able to make some of those determinations. The challenge part for us, again, is solving the problem without all the variables in place. But we also have not just been sitting back waiting for them to define everything. And so we've been trying to think in terms of capacities, just of what we knew. As far as 50% capacity was something we've heard being thrown around, the social distancing piece. And so our transportation folks, our child nutrition folks have been looking at how they could do their provide their services differently, and everything from do we need to look at more of a sacked lunch approach or approach where you know, choices are a little bit limited to students, but we still get them through the cafeteria in a safe manner. Do the students eat in the cafeteria? Do they eat in classrooms? All those process changes and potential shifts have been discussed and have a lot of dialogue around how we can set those schedules up. And knowing also that whatever we have in place, we need to be adaptable as things will change over time. So one of the things we talked about is how do we work within the parameters, but also provide choice as much as possible. And there was a question about our survey, and I'm going to talk about kind of survey feedback that we had in a little bit, but how can we provide options for our families depending on their individual circumstances to enable them to meet their individual needs. So those options, again, we talked about. Option A is just we're back and we're in a traditional school environment. We know how that operates. We do that well. If we ended up back into 100% remote learning process, as Karen talked about earlier, we are really looking at rolling out a remote learning 2.0 version, based on the feedback, where we would be providing more direct instruction to our students, a more regular class meeting time, so there could be more face-to-face interaction with the teacher and the students as well, and also providing more time for individual support as needed, looking at some potential office hours and things where students can log in if we're in a remote situation to provide them with some additional support through the process. Now, the challenge piece is the middle piece. We have not experienced both a remote and a face-to-face model up to this point. But as they're working on those curriculum resources, and we're also looking at professional development for teachers, we're really focusing in on how do we provide the best possible instruction regardless of the platform or the environment, remote or face-to-face. And so we're really trying to work on designing and developing those resources that would work across either platform well and still meet individual student needs. One of the things I wanted to mention at this point also, as Dr. Kidd was indicating the number of teachers that we are pulling together to curate resources, also wanted to make sure you all were aware that we also have our special education department is working alongside us, and also working in greater detail on the best way to curate specific resources for students to make sure we're meeting IEP needs, make sure that we are differentiating, make sure that the resources that we're developing for our curricular resources across all grade levels are also aligned and supporting our students that are in inclusion classrooms, and making sure that they're adaptable based on individual IEPs. And so we do have many special education teachers who are collaborating with gen ed teachers and also with each other to provide additional support and resources should the need arise for the remote learning component. As I mentioned before, alluded to, the most challenging of all these options is the hybrid model. And so, you know, as we were just brainstorming different possible scenarios, we talked, you know, about what we were seeing as far as from the governor's orders and the rollout of how Texas is reopening. So we really were brainstorming different potential scenarios on what if only 50% of our students could come at a given time. How do we, you know, develop some type of a rotational schedule where we would have some students remote learning one day, others in a face-to-face opportunity to come to school and have that direct interaction with their teacher, and how we could create potential rotations based on that. If the capacity were more or less, how do we adapt to that and shift in and out of those parameters that I talked about earlier. We also came very quickly to recognize that there are childcare challenges associated with any of these models where if we're limited to how many, what our capacity would be in schools, how do we try to best support our families? How do we best support our teachers who are delivering the instruction, who also have children of their own? And so we're really trying to brainstorm different potential options to support all of our stakeholders if this were to be the case. And I'll reiterate that this would not be our preferred option, but more of an option that would be related to us via state requirements or parameters by the governor on how we do open. But we are looking at, again, if we would go into some type of a rotational basis, that students would have the ability to still connect with their teachers during those instructional time periods for core classes if they were not face-to-face. And so again, looking at those three rotations, if this is just a kind of a mock-up of potential, you know, as we're thinking about the top graph where you say 50-50, the far on the left side of your screen, you'll see option A. That would be representing if we had the ability to have 50% of our students that could come face-to-face or in person, and another 50% who elected or chose to remain remotely. And if, oops, my had an animation, there we go, sorry, my animation. So if perhaps TA or the state would come out with guidance and saying you can only open with 50%, well, if we had the feedback from our parents that said half of us want to stay home, half of us want to be in person, well, we could accommodate everyone's first choice in that scenario because the orange line representing capacity works really well. Now that second scenario would be, what if we had 25% of our families or our students who were willing to come back face-to-face and only 75% that wanted to stay remote? Well, we could accommodate that, again, based on the parameters of the example of 50% very easily. Now the challenge becomes, if you look at the very bottom one, where if let's say we had 65% of our students and parents who wanted their children to come back to school face-to-face and only 35% who wanted to go remote, you can see we have a capacity issue in this scenario with 50%. And so what we end up having is we have that percentage, 15% in this scenario, that would not be able to get their needs met based on their first choice. And so if that were to be the case, that's where we would get into some type of a rotational schedule to, again, try to allow for students and parents to get their first choice need met as far as face-to-face learning. and give them that option to do that. But the only way to accomplish that would be through some type of a rotational basis. Again, this is all based on the assumption of the orange line being mandated to us from the state, which again, my hope is tomorrow I'll have better information and I'll be able to tell you exactly what those parameters are and we can adjust accordingly. And so the other challenge would be, as always, there could be an additional outbreak or something that would actually could cause us to shift either into fully remote learning again, or it could reduce capacity. So again, if that's the case and we have a larger percentage, especially even in that 50% model, that would not be meeting their needs. And so we would have to look at, if we're open in some capacity, looking at, again, at that rotational schedule. Again, this is just our planning and thought process on how do we best meet the needs given potential potential parameters. And again, I want to emphasize this is not what we're doing. This is just a exercise until we find out in greater detail tomorrow what those parameters will be provided to us. So what we're doing right now is we're monitoring input. We did do the survey to parents and teachers. We have been getting feedback from our instructional learning teams. What I plan on doing is, once we get more parameters and we outline some potential options, pulling together some focus groups of parents and teachers to talk through the different potential scenarios to help us problem solve and identify potential solutions for some of the challenge that we're facing. And again, we'll have to continue to monitor the pandemic as it continues to evolve and develop. And so survey data, one of the big questions we ask with the parents would be, based on current knowledge of the pandemic, what would be your choice as far as bringing students back? And I could tell you that we had approximately 3,800 parent responses on this. So just pretty close to 50% of our parents responded. And so just for clarity, 24% said they would be comfortable sending their students back if we had the appropriate health protocols aligned by the state and commissioner in place. 36% actually mentioned that they would be willing to send their students back without protocols in place. So you're looking at 60% of our parents. So if you think back to that slide I just showed you at the bottom, so we have 60% that have a strong desire to come back in some capacity with some parameters. The other thing I'll point out to you, we had about 20% who indicated that their preference, if given the choice, would be to remain remote. And then the other variable is the red slice, which is another 20%. And so again, you could see that 60% could go upward to potentially 80% as far as based on people's feeling and belief at this point in time. But we also know that things change over time, and perspectives and comfort levels of folks can also change over time. But that is where our input stands from parents currently at this time. So you can see, depending on where that parameter is set, it would shift us towards a hybrid kind of some type of a rotational schedule. And just some of the things we've talked about, again, not landed on specifically, is, do you look at an A-day, B-day schedule where you have students, groups of students, if it's at a 50% capacity, coming on an A-day, and then the B-day students are learning remotely, and then that next day they flip to the B-day students coming face-to-face, and then the A-day students working remotely, and you would work that through an alternating schedule. And again, depending on parameters as related to special classes, elective classes, how we are able to facilitate lunch, recess. There are also some logistical things to work through as far as providing teachers with conference periods and things that are required by law, and the potential of trying to make sure that we can accommodate those within that schedule as well. also even talked about, do you look at more of a weekly rotation where there would be, you know, on one face-to-face one week, remote the other week, you know, so there are a lot of different variations that could be considered in that fashion. When you think about our secondary campuses, they're already on an A-day, B-day. And so again, what does that look like for their schedule? Do you have, again, an alternating schedule where you have students, you'd have to adjust your A-day, B-day schedule if we were looking to provide opportunities for students to come face-to-face every other day, and shift the cadence of our A-day, B-day schedules to accommodate. So you don't just have your A-day group coming to their first through fourth period classes all the time face-to-face and never getting a face-to-face opportunity on B-day. So there's some logistical pieces to be considered there, and other discussions about, you know, do you look at 8-period day versus a block schedule? Just a lot of different scenarios that, you know, hypothetical that we're just discussing right now, but again, based on further information, we'll be able to narrow down some of those choices. I just wanted to make you all aware of some of the discussions that are happening related to trying to plan for that, given the limited parameters we have up to this point today. What we need and what we're about right now is, you know, you look at that scene back from Apollo 13, they were tasked with the problem, and you put all your resources out there and you try to come up with some of those solutions. And been meeting with directors and principals, as I mentioned before, and we've already started brainstorming the different possible scenarios and saying what challenges are associated with that. Again, we talked about transportation. We talked about, you know, what does pickup and drop off look like for our parents? You know, do we need to re-examine where do they go? You know, traditionally they would go into a large common space until, you know, the bell rang. Does that now direct report to the classroom? You know, all those different parameters around, do our lunches need to be spread out even further to accommodate for fewer students in the cafeteria at a given time? And so right now, it, you know, looks a little messy like this picture here where we're just putting everything out on the table and trying to identify potential solutions, but we are very actively looking at that. What does, you know, recess look like? How can we provide opportunities for our kids to get outside but still practice social distancing? And so we're having conversations about, you know, how to structure those different times. And the other piece I think Dr. Kidd mentioned, but I wanted to also mention, is the social emotional learning component piece on how can we best support our students and parents through this challenging time that we're faced with, and particularly if things, the way processes we have in place are changed or modified, to make sure we're still providing that whole child support and experience to help them as they're going through these just challenging times for all of us, our students and adults and our staff members. So what we need to do, we're already well underway, and that is to bring some of our outstanding leaders here. And you see your principals, your ifs, your flies. I did not have all the pictures of all the teacher leaders that we've employed, but we're already well underway of pulling together these resources to make sure that we're providing for all the needs of our students, looking at all of our populations, from our gifted and talented students to our students who have individual education plans, our dyslexic students, looking at all those potential resources and designing those in a way that we could best meet our students' needs, and in turn increase bandwidth of our teachers so that they can better provide intervention and direct instructional support. So our plan is really to have a more concrete idea. The parameters, I hope, again, I'm a broken record, that we should have that late afternoon tomorrow. I have another planned half-day meeting with our principals and our department directors to re-examine what parameters are given to us and start to formulate some additional plans on what the fall will look like. And then based on those and looking at those plans, if indeed we are in a situation where we will have to limit our capacity in some form or fashion, looking at reaching back out, doing some focus groups with our parents to get feedback from them, but actually can see this as an additional feedback, almost like if we're going to need to provide choice between remote and face-to-face, somewhat of a declaration of intent for instruction. You know, if we do have 20% of our families who want to continue to have that choice, and we're restricted by how many folks can be there, we want to try to get a firm commitment so that we can begin to plan and develop accordingly as we're talking about class lists and master schedules and providing those resources and courses according to the needs and demands of our families in our community. So we would be rolling out something more official the first, probably right mid-July, asking for some of more of that clarification so we can prepare appropriately in the fall. And again, I think Karen had covered this, but part of it is, you know, we want to again open up safely and what's the best possible way to set ourselves up for success. And so you've heard this, but we're doing a lot of upfront GVC work, focusing on the first 9 weeks of instruction. And then we'll continue to develop beyond that as we go through the TEACS resource system. You're at a glance that guaranteed viable curriculum we've been talking about, you know, both at the elementary and middle and high school levels, really curating these unit resources and different software programs and things that will help students with content, knowledge, skill development, and looking at that by course and grade level so that we get better alignment and better support for our students. Professional development also is critical and essential as we're moving toward the fall. We know that we need to provide more support for our teachers around best instructional practices, looking at ways in which we can provide more direct instructional video creation for students to access these resources at any given time, to be flexible if we're in a remote situation. We talked a lot about, again, that alignment and that ability to flex in and out of remote and face-to-face learning, and providing them more support with how to most effectively use our learning management system, how to use Canvas, how to post videos appropriately, how to get better alignment on how we're sharing resources so that it's less confusing and overwhelming for our parents, especially with multiple students in a given family situation. And again, we know we just need to continue to be supportive, understanding, carrying kind of the practice care that I've talked about before as we're going through and being receptive to our students and our staff and our parent needs. So that is just kind of a overview. I just wanted to kind of give you a little bit of an update on some of the thought processes. I know I wish the governor's call was last week so I could come back to you, but I also am planning on coming back to you next Monday and giving you a further update. Do y'all have any questions or comments or thoughts?
I know Marissa's hand has been up. Let's start there.
Thanks, Todd. Seems like you've put a lot of thought into this, and I'm looking forward to hearing what they have to say tomorrow or Thursday. But my question was more about staff. How are they feeling about returning? Have you talked about different scenarios if you have a staff member, say, going through chemo, who might be more hesitant about returning to work, and what options there would be for them, and how you are thinking of handling that human resources?
Absolutely. We've been in a lot of discussions about that, and Tiffany's been doing a great job thinking of all the potential scenarios. But I will say that what we talked about with our parents and our families, knowing that each family has a unique and different set of circumstances, particularly if there's some type of medically fragile situation happening either within, the teacher themselves or potentially even within their immediate family, that we would work with them individually on trying to best support them. Again, it looks like there's a strong potential that we'll be doing some remote if we provide that choice and option, that would enable a teacher to continue to contribute and provide instruction, in a remote setting and scenario. And as we get further details, we also talked about even utilizing our staff in general a little bit differently than we have in the past. And without getting into specifics, because I'm not sure what the parameters are, but we've talked about even utilizing some of our instructional aids potentially differently. If there were certain programs or things we'd have to do something a little differently, we would look at shifting that resource to best support instruction for our students. One of the things we talked about with the ifs and flies is as we're in this kind of transitional time, that rather than looking at their role as specific to just a individual campus, that we're looking at it more collectively on how can we support instruction and Dr. Kidd's putting together kind of grade level teams. And so instead of if I'm a if or a fly on a certain campus, Dripping Springs Elementary School, for example, instead of thinking of I'm supporting instruction at Dripping Springs Elementary School, it would be I may be supporting instruction for second grade across the district. So again, kind of looking at expanding the roles and capacities. But to your original point, we would be working individually with our teachers who have some medical situations that would put them at a higher risk for return and work through those individually.
Then I had a second question. And has there been any thought? I mean, I guess it's hard to know, and maybe it would be too difficult to answer this question, but the last time we met, I talked about how I could see special education being difficult to provide without more teachers. Is that something that's been thought about as far as needing to hire more, or would you just maybe use the staff you have now and move them around?
We've talked about a little bit of both of those scenarios, but again, depending on what the parameters are coming back and how we would look at, first and foremost, making sure that we're maximizing the capacity of all of the staff that we have associated with that. And again, depending on if the environment is shifted significantly where some of those roles could be used differently to better support students. The example I go to is if we end up going a larger percentage remote, that is there a way in which maybe some of our aides can support in different capacities, and even looking at everything from some additional support in breakout rooms via Zoom, or even printing and helping to put together packets and things for students who may need that tactile piece that doesn't work for them remotely, just on a electronic version of something. So yeah, again, we'll know more about that as we get better guidance and direction, but we're thinking about all those possibilities.
Thank you.
Joanna, I know your hand is raised.
Thanks, Carrie. Thanks, Todd. Did the last survey, or will a survey be sent to our special education parents and the parents of our students who are receiving services through 504 to get feedback on how that went remotely? And do we have any plans to do that?
Yeah, I kind of my vision for that next level of communication or feedback collected would be more, I'll call it specialized, so that we can pinpoint more directly, like you said, students receiving special services in a different capacity, to get some additional feedback from them. Now, we do, there was some open-ended comments, in the original survey, so we're able to glean some of that there, but I do want to be more dig a little more deeply into those different specific services and programs so that we can really get feedback on how we can better support students receiving those services. And optimistically, I'm always the optimist, but it would love that we have more parameters that we could get as many kids safely back as possible to coming to school, but still recognizing there'll be some that will be hesitant, even if given the opportunity.
And have we thought about if we are limited in capacity in terms of how many kids we can bring back in person, prioritizing kids who do receive special ed services or who are more at risk, or I would assume that EL would be a harder, something that would be harder to teach online, particularly at the elementary age. And I also wanted to talk about calendar, because that has been an issue that's been a discussion across the state. And I know we don't have currently a recommendation to change the calendar. And that does concern me to some degree, because I'm wondering how we're going to get the instructional hours in if we do have to close, or what your plan is for that.
Yeah, we have had some discussions about prioritization. And again, we didn't get too far down that path just because we wanted to really see what the parameter would be before we started diving deeply. And then the question becomes choice also, even within that prioritization. If we were to put a prioritization on some of the students who receive additional services, there could still be a percentage of those populations who may continue to want to opt out and do that remotely. And I also go back to, we want to make sure that we are really enhancing our remote services either way, because of the potential of that situation shifting. And if we were to have to go back to a complete remote situation, we definitely want to learn, take those lessons learned and make sure that we're providing those services as well. And then to your point about calendar, again, we did have some discussions around that. And I think I had mentioned to the board as well that I'm in weekly meetings with area superintendents as well to kind of see what their perspectives are on those things. One of the survey questions I asked of our teachers also was to get an idea of how many or what percentage of our teachers have school-aged children of their own, because we had about 200 teachers take the survey. And I think maybe back to Marissa's point, their numbers were fairly consistent with what you saw with the parents, except for, I believe there was probably about a 4% difference on the I don't know. So we had like 20% of our parents and families saying we don't know what we would do. That number for teachers was 24%. And then the other challenge was when I asked them about K to 12 age students, of the percentage, which again, it was 200 of our employees, I believe it was about 68% who had school-age children. And of those, I think we probably had anywhere from 10 to 15% that indicated they went to other districts beyond Dripping Springs. And so then again, when you look at how are other districts handling the calendars and things, it becomes problematic when you have different districts operating off of different start and end day calendars in the situation as far as the lost instructional time. And we'll find more of this out, I guess, with ADA tomorrow. But the challenge I have with the calendar in general is that creating spaces even within the school year calendar cannot account for, there's no way to predict exactly where where COVID will break out and when it will initiate a school closure or a campus closure or a district closure. And I'm operating under the assumption that they will allow for remote learning. And so rather than loss of instructional days, I see it as us flexing in and out of face-to-face learning into remote learning. And so those instructional days would not be lost is kind of the approach and perspective. But again, the 2 weeks, I just don't see how that will, the outbreaks and things will account for that. Because again, we know that people get it at different times of the year. I think the challenge will be what the parameters are when a COVID case does break out on a specific campus or in a classroom, and then what the parameters will be about, does that close that classroom down, or does it close down the grade level, or does it close down, you know, a campus? And so having more parameters around that, I think, will be helpful.
I guess what concerns me too is when I think about at-risk kids and kids who are going to need remediation, and that, you know, those 2-week breaks. I know AISD has adopted an intersectional calendar. I know Eanes has decided not to, and I haven't followed as closely some of the other local districts. I know that Eanes was surprised that they had more parents who were interested in having an intersectional calendar than they had anticipated. And I guess one of my concerns is that it's not just the instructional time in terms of what's state mandated, but how are we going to catch the kids up who need remediation? And that those 2-week blocks are not just, you know, free. They might be free vacation time for some kids. I don't know exactly how that would work, but the vision that at least TEA has is that that can be used for remediation. And that's where I get concerned, because if we do have an outbreak, we might be able to globally or, you know, across the district provide remote learning, but we can have kids whose family members are sick or who get sick themselves, who fall farther and farther behind. And we don't at this time have, except for the potential of a jump start, have any time in our current calendar to plan for remediation. I know some districts in other states, I talked to a friend who's a principal in Virginia. I mean, they're doing AB days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then using all their Fridays for remediation, and 100% remote learning for those who are not in person doing remediation. So it'd be nice to understand. I know that this is a lot. I'm not saying tonight. I'm just saying that these are my thoughts and concerns, to understand how we're going to work to catch kids up if we're going into the pandemic and we're not adding additional days, if that makes sense, Todd.
Sure. I think those are very fair questions, Joanna. I'm bringing up the Friday and the remediation days and things. We actually had some conversations in our planning meetings about how, you know, if we did like a AB schedule and had Friday as what you're talking about, that it would be like purely like intervention based focused day, that where we can, you know, look at closing those gaps with our most at-risk students. We did have some conversations about that in our planning. The other piece that I have no problem including is, you know, as we go back through that next round of feedback, and if it's a declaration of where you want your child to be in the fall, would be adding a question about support for intercessions. Or the other thing I've heard talked about a little bit, maybe not as much the intercession, but do you maybe do almost, well, not almost, but like an extended year for, you know, like adding a couple weeks on at the end of the year for intervention and at-risk students. We are looking at the Jumpstart program, a 2-week program. We're focusing on middle school and high school students for the Jumpstart this 2 weeks prior to our school starting. And the principals and counselors have already identified those kiddos who were at risk or have kind of identified to be at risk because of limited participation in remote learning. And so we are focused on bringing those students in early to provide them, you know, some additional support to kind of, you know, jumpstart the school year for them.
I guess my concern hearing that too is elementary, and just knowing how important it is to close gaps before 3rd grade or before the end of 3rd grade, and making sure, I mean, if that data is still true, making sure that we're targeting, you know, those at-risk elementary students too, who I mean, it's been a long time since I looked at that, meaning years, not months. But my understanding is that there has always been strong research that shows that kids who are not caught up in reading and math by the end of 13, that achievement gap just grows. Y'all know way more about that than I do, so I defer to you guys, but that concerns me. I just want to make sure that those kids are also have the opportunity.
Our elementary principals are collaborating on that during our principal meeting this week, and they are bringing their list so we can brainstorm what that looks like. They are very much open to it. We just have some questions about what that would look like for an elementary student versus a secondary student. So, excuse me, it is being addressed, and principals are on board to do whatever it takes for kids. And I do want to bring up that standards, for the most part, spiral, and the TEKS resource system is actually identified standards that are potential gaps and pitfalls for students, and it gives teachers kind of a point to place in the curriculum so that we know that we have to circle back or spiral through a longer standard, so that we're making sure that we're closing the gaps as we're teaching content as well. So it's not that you want to stop everything and remediate, because that's assuming that nobody learned in the spring, rather than just identifying the needs by doing maybe a pre-assessment or doing those DRAs and map assessments that identify the weaker standards, where teachers can fortify those standards as they are going through the standards for the year at a glance.
Thanks. That makes
Mary Jane.
I would just mention that Commissioner Morath has certainly emphasized in the Zoom calls to the TASB board that House Bill 3 allows for those additional instructional days, that half-day funding, I believe up to 30 days. So he was highly encouraging of districts to consider taking advantage of that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Todd? I think it's interesting that we're having this conversation at a point where there are more people hospitalized in our state than have been at any point during this pandemic. And so it seems very difficult to me that we would be able to turn a tide in just a few weeks before school needs to start. So you definitely have your work cut out for you. I'm fascinated to see what Commissioner Morath has to say tomorrow, or whenever he's got that announcement. Hopefully it'll be helpful to all of us. Todd, any other updates for your report?
I do not believe so.
Okay. So we'll move then to the Board of Trustees. You'll note that there's a board meeting schedule in our agenda. Sheila helped edit that for us. I'm scrolling up so I can look at it in particular. There are a couple of edits, minor edits, that I wanted the board to look at. You know, we typically are meeting on days when there's a 3-day weekend, or a Monday is a student holiday, but we're meeting. And so in those instances, in this draft for us to discuss, it has both the days in January and the notice January 19th and February 16th, when we would ordinarily have a board meeting on Monday, the meeting being moved to Tuesday. So if life were to return to normal and we could do something with our families, we wouldn't have to rush back for a board meeting that evening. It's open to discussion. I've just personally always felt that that was, difficult when the family was enjoying a long weekend and we were having to rearrange plans to be back in town. But I'm happy to, it's not a sticking point for me. I just thought I would suggest it. So that's what this document proposes. Any thoughts on that from the board? Everything else stays the same as normal. There's no agenda review meeting in November and December. We've kept the July agenda review meeting simply because we're in a pandemic and I wasn't certain what we were going to need to do next month. If it turns out like it's a normal summer, for whatever reason, we can certainly cancel that and just have our regular meeting in July like we would do. I just am worried that given what we're in the middle of, we might need to meet twice in order to be prepared for August. Barbara?
Yeah, I mean, I had a question about moving those to Tuesday. Those are student holidays. They are still staff work days, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally we have not pushed those to Tuesday, so.
No, it's not. I mean, that's why I said it was different than what was normal. I'm fine with keeping it that way if people would like to continue to meet on those Mondays.
That would be my preference. I don't know if anybody else has a preference to meet on Monday.
I'd like to have that time with the kids, but I'm okay. I'm okay either way. I like the Tuesday idea, but I'm okay either way.
Any other thoughts? Okay, well, we don't have to take a vote. We just need to make a decision. So why doesn't everybody think about it between now and next Monday, and we can talk about it then, decide whether or not we're going to shift it or not. It's really easy to fall back to our normal schedule. No problem.
Yeah, Carrie, I don't have a preference.
Okay. Thank you, Ron. Then we'll move on to our consent agenda. We have, it looks like 5 items in there. We've got a resolution approving participation in the Special Education Supports Cooperative Interlocal Agreement through ESC Region 20. We have a consideration approval of a request from a taxpayer to refund penalty and interest charges, consideration approval of minutes for recent board meetings, budget amendments, and then CSP 19-20-007 job order contract for minor construction. So any of those items board members would like, many of them are things that we see routinely, and that's why they're in, or annually, I should say. Any questions about any of those attachments that you would like Scott or Todd to address? Any concerns about any of them being enclosed? I mean, in a consent? Okay.
So, Carrie, I just had a question about, I'm assuming that the equivalent services are not available through Region 13?
So yeah, that's a good question. The joining the co-op for Region 20 is connected to the grant opportunities that we received. We were awarded $130,000 in February, and then another $95,000. And so Region 13 was kind of appointed by TEA to manage that grant. And also by joining this cooperative, it gives us the opportunity to solicit services at a reduced cost and fee, because they're kind of managing that list and collecting those resources for districts across the state. So that just again, they're managing the grant, and that grant enables us to utilize funds for initial evaluation for special education services. So it's good for us from a price point, and also enables us to access those grant funds to meet student needs.
Carrie, I did want to say one thing on the budget amendment. That is normally in consent, but this month will be our final budget amendment for the year. So we will need to move to the action and take that monthly budget amendment out and move that to the action items, if that's okay.
Thanks for that clarification. Absolutely. Okay. Any other questions about the consent agenda? Okay, we'll move now to board discussion action items. The first one will be consideration approval of a resolution committing fund balance. Scott.
Yes, another one of those annual entries. Basically, the only fund balance that we're recommending to commit this year to designate is essentially our buses, which is our remaining lease payments. In addition, right now, Pam has indicated in a normal scenario that they would need 7 buses next year. And so once again, we don't know what our real bus needs are going to be. So we're trying to wait and determine what those needs are. but we like to commit that fund balance or designate it. And then also the remaining payments on our technology leases, which our technology leases, that those capital leases, next year is the last payment that we'll have to make on those. So we will be not owing any more money for any of the leases that have been done over the last several years for the technology purchases. But that is just a kind of a quick rundown. So if there are any questions on that.
Are there any questions about this item? Yes, Barbara.
Is there any reason that that item couldn't be moved to the consent agenda?
There's no reason at all.
Board members, do you have thoughts on that? Are you comfortable moving it to consent? Okay, so let's do that. Thank you, Barbara. That'll move us on then to item B, consideration approval of 2020-21 compensation plan. And Tiffany will be presenting that.
Yes, good evening. You should have in your view the capability to see a red line version of the compensation plan. And just to kind of walk through a little bit of what you're looking at with the shifts and changes. This is an item that's in tandem with the adoption of the 2020-2021 budget. Assumption of that 2% cost of living increase within the proposed budget. That corresponding shift in the new placement scales as recommended by TASB year after year is that 1% shift in the minimum, midpoint, and maximum pay rates. And so each of those hourly or daily rates have been recalculated and moved accordingly. So the 2% for the teacher pay, remember that is a combination of a shift in the next year of the scale plus a shift of the scale itself for a total and a single 2% increase rate of a flat $1,100 per teacher is how that works out. And that is calculated based on TASB's recommended market value teacher pay, that average teacher pay from the market value for TASB. Just a point.
Barbara has a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I opened the one that says redlined.
Yes.
Maybe I'm missing it. I'm not seeing red lines.
Okay, so it's probably in the view that you're not seeing. Okay, so is no one seeing the red line version?
I printed it and it doesn't have red lines when I printed it either.
Okay. So one thing we can do is I could potentially share screens so that you can see those red line versions.
Okay.
So let me get to where we can do that. Let's see. So we need to remedy that for y'all, and we'll figure out what we need to get in there. There is a smooth and a red line version that I submitted, but I'm going to go double check that there should be a smooth and a red line version. So it's possible that we put the smooth in, but we'll check on that. Either way, can you see my screen on your screen now?
No.
Okay, I'm sharing screen. Can you see where it says compensation plan?
Sheila has to do something on her side real quick. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
There, I think it came up.
Now can you see it? Okay, so inside of the description, you can see I provided a list for everyone of the changes that you'd anticipate, but we'll scroll through and look at those red lines here tonight, and we'll make sure to remedy so that you have a copy of both the smooth and the red line version as soon as possible. Okay, so the 2021 school year, disregard the page changes, but those automatically will shift. The initial language, we've maintained the opportunity for adoption of the employee retention incentive payment as we were able to provide last year. So that's the first page. Largely all of that language has maintained. All of that language is the same. So the first set of changes you're going to see is that $1,100 increase. And if you look, for example, if we had a 0-year teacher the first year and they moved to step 1, the compensation scale from last year to the new adjusted proposed rates that you're looking at here for the annual salary of teachers, plus the step increase of them now being an experienced level 1 teacher, would be a total of $1,100. So what that 2% means is it's a hard $1,100 increase for all teachers. Okay. But what you see on the scales is the adjustment to get to that 1,100 with the combination of moving up 1 year of experience as well as the adjustment of the scale. And so that's what these red lines depict. Further, now, if you recall, we've had TASB come out and provide some recommendations, and I've listed and we've discussed the recommendations that this red line includes. One of those recommendations was to take a closer look at our self-contained special education teacher stipends, and we have done that. I believe that the original recommendation may have been for about $1,500, and that was marketable. If you recall, we already had a special education stipend for all special education assignments. So we've now split that out. If the assignment is inclusion or resource, then that $1,000 stipend is maintained for our special education teachers. However, if they are in an assignment that's focused or self-contained, which is defined down below, then the stipend is $2,000. So we have basically a dual stipend program. And that was in part derived from the recommendations for TASB. So that's one of the major changes that you're going to see tonight. And I want to pause in case there's a question about this. And I can't see hands, so.
I think you're good. Yeah, I don't see any hands or any waving on the screens.
Okay.
So, question. So what you're saying is if somebody were to work in a focus classroom, they'd get 2,000, and also because they're special education, they'd get an additional 1,000?
No, ma'am. So what we've done is we've taken a two-part program. They're going to get either or, and that's been defined, and that's where I was scrolling down to the next bullet point. So they will either receive, based on their assignment, they will either receive the $1,000 inclusion resource or the focus and self-contained 2,000.
Okay.
As it's currently written. That's a great question. And we put this in for clarification so that that would be clear. So we'll receive either the inclusion or the focus self-contained, and then also define that self-contained to be ECE, functional academics, life skills, and 18+ settings.
Thank you.
Okay. This is a very small change, but we have 3 high school theater coaches or directors and sponsors, and it was formerly or currently the current compensation plan lists a director stipend, and then we have issued 2 assistants. And based on the program and the advanced participation of the technical theater director who's filling that role, there were several options provided from the high school recommending that our stipend program match the level of work and split out. So essentially what we're doing is taking 2 $3,500 assistant director stipends, and we're adding $1,500 to the technical theater director, who has some separate but very demanding workloads that are in addition to the general main director for theater. The cross country, and I'm going to use this opportunity with the cross country head coach stipend addition to let you know that there are a few of these red lines you're going to see that we're not taking action on this year, but we're placing ourselves in a manner for the spring if we need to hire, or as positions for the following spring of 2021 if we need to hire or plan out. At this time, we're not going to need to fulfill the cross country head coach position that's currently filled by the assistant athletic director. However, as we continue to grow and some of those requirements and the multi-campus needs for our administration team for athletics, as those responsibilities grow, we're going to have to divvy back out some of those head coach assignments. So this is just in preparation for growth within the next year, but it will not be acted on this year. it is very helpful to have these in place well in advance before we are planning to split those out, though, so that we can with confidence advertise and say what those head coaching positions will be. Okay. We have a couple of small removals of the asterisks for event coordinator. That's just a manner of how we pay out, but it doesn't, none of the amounts are changing. Again, this language, the red line, December or May upon completion of duties, is just to align the payout practices of these stipends you're seeing. So those are minor. We, in the special services department, we have a number of leadership stipends because these folks are, for example, you know, the LSSP coordinator is a working LSSP and a working coordinator. So these coordinators have their own caseload, but they're also taking all the cases, dividing them up and serving as that leadership in as these special programs continue to grow and as we have more staff. So we were lacking the behavior specialist coordinator stipend, and so we're proposing the addition of that. For technology, as you all know, because you were able to attend a cybersecurity training, as was the rest of the district, the last legislative session really beefed up the needs for a cybersecurity coordinator. At some point, we will likely be folding this into an administrative position, but the duties that are needed are well beyond those of the current positions we have. So the plan would be for Cindy to recommend an appointment of a cybersecurity coordinator from within her department, and that's that $2,000 stipend addition you see there. Okay, so in each of the scales, what you're going to see is a group of red lines that will increase the minimum, midpoint, and maximum by a scale shift of 1%, which is roughly half of the 2% cost of living increase. This is what TASB, the percentage of increase to the new placement scales that TASB recommends. They always recommend half of the percentage of the cost of living increase that is proposed to be adopted. So if it's 2% as if in the budget, then you see a 1% shift upwards in that new placement scale. Let's see, make sure I didn't miss any red lines on the left-hand side. Okay, now don't worry about the spacing here. You'll be able to see in your smooth line version that we worked out all those kinks. It's just not worth messing with those in a red line version. So just know that this is a draft version just for your eyes to be able to see those. Again, you're going to see those 1% shifts on the right side of the screen. There was a request because we've had a bus mechanic position largely open for a good part of the year. And this is an uncertified bus mechanic. And the request was to move that to a pay grade 6. And then a pay grade 7, let me scroll down real quick, has a licensed bus mechanic. So we've continued to pay for that certification, that level of certification. However, the hope is for moving that bus mechanic position up by 1 pay grade to have that be just a little bit more marketable so that we can secure somebody and then work them toward that, hopefully that certified bus mechanic route. No real changes there. Okay, on the administrative professional skills, I'll just point out real quickly in the AP2 scale for our registered nurses, there is a move from 187 proposed to 192 days. Part of that, a large part of that is due to registration needs and helping provide those additional duty days so that the school nurses are available for a few of those immunization records and registration dates and things that fall outside of the 187 calendar just by nature of when those registration dates fall. There is the placement for an ARD facilitator, and there is the placement for an inclusion and resource specialist. These are positions that the special services department is hopeful, and we've put an earmark for in the compensation plan that we can start to build out and fill as we have positions available or growth positions available to add those. We don't currently have an approved position for art facilitator or for inclusion and resource specialist. However, it would be great to get a jump on placing these so that we don't have that conundrum of an approved position later on, either in the year or early in the spring for the following year, and not have it clearly put into the placement. So this is help for our growth and build out of our special services department. Behavior specialist coordinator will be moving, is proposed to move to the 197. So we've just simply added that because that means that there will be 2 different calendar dates on the behavior specialist in that pay grade 4. There's an assistant director in pay grade 6 of special services added. This is a 226-day position. And again, this is one of the restructure and build out portions underway in both the L&I and the special services department that we're working through. There is a slight shift of the director of learning and innovation to the director of student services in pay grade 7. This is currently the position occupied by Rhonda Whitman. And the reason that we're doing that is because of this, as we mentioned earlier in the meeting, the director of elementary education position that has recently posted. When we have more than one director inside of a department, we had to back off from that broader L&I and work toward specializing the directorships appropriately by name. And then as Mr. Washburn has discussed, and I'm happy to let him talk about some of the specifics and some of the shifts here, the potential for a chief financial officer, the chief human resources officer. That's my position. It's a change in name only so that we have basically a restructure organization with similar names. And then a shift to the assistant, a proposed shift to the assistant superintendent position for finance and operations to broaden into a category for operations and community engagement. I'm going to pause there to see if there's anything, Mr. Washburn, that you wanted to add on the administrative pay scale. Can't see you, so.
Sorry. No, I think you covered it very
great.
well.
Okay.
We'll get that red line updated though, so y'all can look that over between now and next meeting.
Let's see. These are just the vehicle, monthly vehicle allowances for those positions that are driving around the district on a daily basis. The supplemental and temporary employee pay, you'll see some slight adjustments here to move these to the minimum pay. For example, bus drivers, we're proposing to move to $18.50 per hour. And I may have missed that one in the red line. So let's talk about that for just a second. That's really one of the only other major shifts that we have that are beyond the 2%. So I'm going to back up here and go back to bus driver. As you can see, there's a lot of red. Excuse me, it's easy to miss that. As y'all probably know, we have a lot of competition in terms of starting salary and starting rate of pay for our bus drivers in our direct regional area. And so the 2% shift or the 1% shift in the scales was going to bring us up to about $17.49 per hour. So there's an additional $1 per hour tacked on top of that. This is one of the only areas in the compensation plan where you're going to see a recommendation that's beyond that 2% for that hard 2% for staff. Now, of course, if you increase by $1 per hour, you have to make sure that you increase accordingly with existing staff for retention and equity purposes. But this is largely to try and maintain a competitive starting rate for our bus drivers in direct relation to the rates of pay that have been recently adopted in districts nearby us. Okay, and so these small shifts that you see in the red line on the auxiliary or sub jobs, it's just making sure we align to at least minimum pay there for each of these listed positions. community services, seasonal pay remain the same. We're proposing an increase to the long-term pay for our substitute teachers. When these teachers are when our substitute teachers are in the role for several weeks, they assume additional responsibilities such as grading, potentially entering grades, working to lesson plan with the grade level teams or subject area teams. And it's a different level of responsibility when they've entered those long-term assignments. And so we did quite a bit of research to look and make sure that we were marketable. While we do have a competitive rate and have not had to change our rates for our regular assignments for quite some time, we're proposing a shift to $130 a day for certified teachers and $110 a day for non-certified substitute teachers for long-term assignments. And again, these sub rates are adjusting to the new 1% shifts on the scales. I'm going to pause for just a second because I'm going over a lot quickly. Do I have any questions? Okay. One of the conversations that we've had and that I've been a part of with you as a board, particularly in some of our budget workshops, et cetera, was trying to make sure that we have competitive pay for our special education staff. And one of our positions that has crossed over into what our data shows to be hard and more difficult to fill is some of our special education aid positions. So this is a $500, this is the new employee hiring incentive. And as you can see, we're proposing the addition of a special education aid to be added to that list of hard to fill positions based on our data, based on some of the difficulty to fill, and based on the desire to make sure that we have an attractive recruiting package for those positions to get those filled for the coming year. All right, that brings us to the end of the red line. I'm going to leave my screen shared for a moment just because I want to see if there are any questions or if there are pages I need to go back to for us to all see. Okay.
Barbara had a question, Tiffany, I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem.
So my question is back on, it's the third page, and it's this possible lump sum compensation payment based on longevity. And I don't know that we've had a lot of discussion about this, but I think that it merits some discussion, whether we as a board think that if we are giving additional compensation, whether longevity is the way we want to do that.
I think that's an excellent discussion to have. You know, several years ago, we did do a one-time lump sum that was equivalent to 1% or a set amount, whichever was higher. And we did that just prior to a major TASB review to provide that additional increase should the property values and that not work a financial hardship on the district. So we have that previous program that we did as a holdover, which would be an alternative to the employee retention incentive. This was proposed as a means of directly promoting that retention and return for our staff, and is roughly, I'm gonna phone a friend, Scott, but is roughly 1%.
Almost exactly.
Almost exactly. And so
And
yeah.
Remind me, we've done that one time now?
Just once.
Yeah.
This year was that first year.
So do you have any reflections on having done it both ways, whether, you know, comparing the two and whether one or the other, you know, meets our particular goals? And a couple of questions. Number one, what is the likelihood at all that we're going to be able to do this, you know, based on the uncertainties with COVID? That's question number one, because I wouldn't want to give hope to staff, you know, if there's very little chance we're going to be able to do it at all. But then the second question being, if we think we are going to be able to do something, which do we think, better meets our goals as a district? Because I've got a lot of questions about, whether based on years of service, is the way to go.
Right. And I think everybody will have different opinion. And so, I don't know, Todd, if you want to go first, that's.
Yeah. We actually had some discussion about that. Again, I'm just the time I came in. I think the incentive program for longevity, I think it does obviously honor the people that have been here longer. I mean, it does provide that retention piece. It's not as much of an incentive. Again, this is my individual opinion. It's not as much of an incentive, obviously, to recruit people because it takes quite a period of time for them to realize that. What was interesting to me, just in talking with some other superintendents, I noted that there were a few that where the boards have looked at not necessarily the longevity piece, but also kind of gauging at like in a position right around this time of year where you really have a better idea of how your budget is falling. And I know that there are a couple districts in the area that actually will look at the equivalent of a 1% that they were hesitant to maybe do up front because they weren't sure what the budget was going to turn out like. And then, I know probably a couple that are doing more of this one time, like it's a one-time deal, but it's not something that you're living with from this point forward. Actually, some are doing, some increase, like 2% or whatever. And then if at the end of the year, they feel comfortable that the budgets come in and like you said, some of the revenues that we have a better understanding, then they're doing a one-time lump sum, but it's not, it honors everybody equally the same versus the longevity one where you have some that benefit a lot more than others, depending on years of service, obviously. Marissa.
Go ahead, Barbara.
I guess I'm confused. The longevity is in addition to the incentive?
No, the longevity stipend was implemented for the first time last year, and that was the incentive, and it was designed based on years of experience. And so, someone with 50 years experience, got a significant amount of stipend there versus someone with 1 year got the 100. But it equated to an average of a 1% across the board. So if you would think in terms of, if you would have given everybody 1%, I guess we said 2% is 1,100. So, 1% would be half of that, but then everybody would equally get that, extra one-time stipend.
Right, and that 1,100 is specifically for the teachers. So the teachers would have the same 1% added on to that 1,100, and then the same would happen as calculated by midpoint for each of the pay grades. If you do the one-time lump sum. If you also will recall with HB3 and the purposeful differentiation of pay of your teachers and staff, particularly your teachers, to pay additionally for those staff who had that 5 years or more, and to do a lesser increase. Remember, House Bill 3 had those parameters. And so part of this retention incentive honored the spirit of that HB3 honor of the experienced, not just teachers, but of all employees, and broadened that concept born from HB3 and placed into an incentive program, a retention incentive program for all employees. So I just bring that up historically to say that that's part of another aspect of the origin of why we did this, because it was a natural way to reward, incentivize, and retain those experienced staff members that House Bill 3 was looking to, bifurcate that increased payment to.
Joanna?
I am concerned that this giving some sort of bonus, no matter how we, what we call it or how we decide to award it, is going to be very difficult next year, just with the financial environment. And I do think it Barbara raises a fair point about having a larger discussion about where we think we might be, so that we don't have staff members who get their hopes up, or, you know, about a bonus that may not come. We've had discussions as a board about making more data driven, or I guess I like the term data informed decisions. And I'd be curious to know, is there data on a bonus on retaining employees with a bonus that's based solely on longevity? What do we have any of that information? What kind of our best practices? Does SHRM have any, the Society for Human Resource Management, does SHRM have any guidance or any suggestions on that? I like the idea of treating everyone the same across the board, and that you don't see based on, I like that we can have a bus driver who can get a higher bonus than, our brand new assistant, a superintendent. There's something that seems more equitable in some ways about that. But I would want to make sure that we're really making sure that we're making a data-informed decision, and we know that the impact that doing it that way is having the desired impact, which is retaining the employees that we really want to retain, and who are doing the best for our kids and for our district, and making sure that we're using the bonus in a way that encourages new employees, new quality and life changers to come to our district.
It's like Mary Jane, you had a question?
Not really a question, as a comment. I've been thinking about how to even ask this, but just honestly, to Joanna's point, when we think about what is the why behind a retention incentive, and you have some, it's only a handful, but you have some really long time employees who certainly feel free to speak misinformation in an official capacity outside of working hours, that makes things more difficult for the district. And I know there's no way to separate further, but I think it's worth considering.
Just a comment on the expectation that, it was nice when I walked around. It just happenstance the first day I was here, and people obviously really appreciated the acknowledgement and respect for that. I also, though, agree with some of the comments related to the budget itself, the environment that we're in, and the idea of us being able to do this, even if we believe philosophically it was something we wanted to continue with, seems a little less likely than ever, given that circumstance, especially at that time of year, because I think we still will have a lot of unknowns as far as, again, how enrollment will continue to grow or not, and expenses. And again, if we do shut down, are there some revenue sources that we typically rely on that we will not have if we go into longer closures? So I think the point of really re-examining and reflecting on, is this something that we want to have in place or not? And I wanted to ask a clarifying question with Tiffany, because I think we actually were talking about this, and do we put it in there or don't we put it in there? The options of, if we put it in there or we take it out. If we take it out, then that doesn't give us any flexibility should the conditions be right to provide some type of incentive, or if we looked at something that would be more across the board, depending on budget, one time, like a 1% at the end of the year, if we lose that flexibility or ability. Can you talk a little bit just about the timing, or what the pro and con would be of doing that?
Yes, there was a comment. It was a great point made about, we have this program, but we may not be able to make it come to fruition. Remember that placing this into the compensation plan does not activate it based on its language. It has to be activated by board approval later if there's financial feasibility to do so. And so that communication does become very important if we're unable to do that based on, the situation we currently find ourselves in. But it is passive. However, the flip side of that is if you choose to take it out, because we're not going to be able to do that this year, and something changes or shifts and you want that opportunity, you need to have that adopted into the compensation plan in order to activate it. Because when you adopt the compensation plan, you're stating all of the benefits and the salary and the pay that we're going to calculate for staff, including the potential pay. If we remove the language, we don't have the option without doing a mid-year amendment to the compensation plan and basically adopting a new compensation plan mid-year. So when we did all of this research several years ago for the 17-18 one-time lump sum, the recommendation was, if you're looking at the program, you need to put the language in to have the opportunity for that when you adopt the compensation plan as a board, so that you can activate that as part of one big compensation package. Otherwise, it's just not in the package. So you have to go through and change that. And so then, you know, there's the Texas Constitution component of a public employee who agrees to a contract, you know, an amount for contracted services can't be paid more than that contracted amount without a lot of different steps that have to take place. So what you want is a holistic approach to your compensation plan adopted in June for the new fiscal year, so that you have the opportunity to activate these passive programs without having to do a mid-year new adoption to your compensation plan if you can help it. So, you know, you run the risk when you have these programs in there of the expectation that they'll come to fruition every single year. We were very clear about our communication that we had the hope that this would continue. You know, and everyone, I say everyone, it seemed very well understood, and it was communicated very carefully that we had the hope that this would be able to continue. But that's the reason that the district's other financial obligations combined with the issuance of this incentive program are listed in, and that's the reason we have a separate item at a later time when we've confirmed what our finances look like. So that being said, you know, I'm hearing, okay, do we want to work a retention incentive payment and have a thank you for the years of experience that we have, and do we want that retention program, or do we want to have the opportunity to add a 1% or a whatever percent up to a 1% up to whatever percent increase one-time lump sum if funds will allow that, with a program, you know, for all of our staff like we've done a few years ago. So, you know, I'm all ears to hear how y'all like to, what your ideas are for proceeding.
Yeah, so thoughts
and align those with the goals that y'all are working on as a board of trustees too.
I mean, I think that Tiffany's point is well taken, and that we need to have something in the compensation plan that gives us flexibility for the fall. What that looks like is up for discussion.
Is it? I'm sorry, Carrie. I agree that we want to have a holistic plan. I think that the issue is with communication around setting expectations about whether there's going to be a bonus, like some sort of additional compensation or not. Is it possible to allow for some sort of bonus and for us to define some of the details around it further into the year? Should we be in that position, or do we really need to spell out in the compensation plan, Tiffany, exactly what the bonus would be based on, whether it's years of experience, percentage of pay, etc.?
Yeah, so we don't really issue a bonus per se. And I know you're using that language generally, but I'm going to scale back from that and say it does need to be well defined. There do need to be parameters that state how it's going to be paid out or up to what amount, because that's how, once we have that language adopted, that's how we can say that that was considered as part of the potential compensation package from the time that the contracts starting with our 12-month July 1 staff, and, you know, looping in 11 and 10-month contract staff throughout July and August. So yes, we do need to be that research for the one-time lump sum program that we implemented for that 1 year is very vivid in my memory, that we really do need to make sure we have a very well spelled out program or series of programs.
Does anybody have any other comments to add about the way it's structured currently? Or any other questions for Tiffany?
So I guess, Tiffany, I'm assuming, of course, that we have to declare which direction we're going to go, whether it's going to be, based on tenure or just across the board. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And I'm happy to put an additional page in so that you can consider and look at them both together. I can redraft that from several years ago, update it to be appropriate for this proposed compensation plan, and you can look at both of the programs side by side. If that's something that you all and Mr. Washburn are interested in me doing, I'm happy to do that.
Do we have data on what type of compensation plan helps us attract and retain like the best, most qualified teachers? Do we have data on that?
You mean what? Which of the two programs do we have data on?
Yeah, I mean, is there any from even outside of TASB, SHRM, longevity, some sort of longevity. I know you don't like the word bonus, but
yeah, but longevity, retention, yeah. So the effectiveness of such programs is what you're asking about.
They're used across industries, across organizations. I'm sure organizations like SHRM have data on them. I'm sure that do we have anything that we can look at to see what even if it's not in schools and other industries?
I don't offhand tonight or in the moment, because this is status quo. This is something that was put into place last year with the intent of continuing as we could, and none of us were anticipating COVID-19. But it's something that we could look at researching and gathering that to see the effectiveness of longevity. I don't think I'm going to find a comparison. Sometimes the compensation plans with school districts are a little bit unique. I will tell you what I do know is that the retention incentive payment that we currently have is relatively unique. That's something that is outside of the box and something that we were proud to implement in the spirit of House Bill 3, because it was unique, right? But it is more of a retention incentive. It is more to retain your existing staff from year to year to keep doing the great things they're doing. And that is a very different purpose from the general competitive nature of the compensation plan as a whole, to attract new staff and additional talent as we continue to grow. And replace other staff who've left for various retirement and other reasons. So they hold very different purposes. A hiring incentive, a retention incentive, and then the overall competitive package are all very different things. And so the incentive payment you're looking at here is designed to incentivize those to retain employment with us for our existing folks. So it's got a very unique and specified purpose, whereas the 1% lump sum would be an additional amount that could be a potential boost for that competitive salary, and that could potentially have both retention and recruitment qualities to it.
Yeah. I agree with Tiffany. They are serving kind of a different purpose, I think, in terms of competitiveness. And I guess it was interesting to me because I didn't realize prior to having some conversations that there were more districts doing a kind of a lump sum, at the end of the year than I had heard before. And again, I go back to that, the longevity thing, obviously, definitely incentivizes longevity of people who have been here a long time, right? 10, 15, 20 and beyond. If you think about the recruiting and then the retention of near-term people, I would say people in the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, giving them additional 1% would be more of an incentive for them to stay with us than, the $300 they would get if they've only been here 3 years. But I think it goes back to Barbara's point on what is the board's vision and philosophy around that whole idea of recruiting and retaining. Is it because they don't always, if you're trying to retain somebody, it's a little bit different approach than recruiting. And where's the kind of, how do you meet in the middle, or how do you try to maximize that, both worlds?
And if so, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Barbara.
So I guess where I'm coming from is I would be looking for a recommendation from administration on what you think is the best way to go. I don't want to adopt it just because it's what we did last year. I want to adopt it because y'all are recommending that, we did it. It was successful in meeting our particular needs and goals. And I don't think I've heard that. I don't think I've heard a strong recommendation for that over the other. So that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Yeah, my perspective on it was the longevity retention incentive was more, not so much the thought process behind it to necessarily retain, but it was more to say thank you and honor those employees who have served the district, and then create that goodwill that in a sense does, retain employees. And I think it had that impact. But if I were choosing today, based on the, different options that have come to light, I would say, do one that's more across the board for all employees, and Tiffany has that language, and then set it up at a way where it's more, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen toward the end of the year when you have a really indication of where you're going to end up on your budget for the year, and if you're going to be adding surplus to the fund balance, and you say, then we would be willing to say some X percent of this surplus, and then allocate that to a retention incentive for the staff. And so that from my seat, I think that's what I would recommend now. And I was the one who pushed for the longevity originally. So, I mean, I don't, so anyway, that's my perspective. I mean, Todd and Tiffany, I don't know where you want to go with that.
Yeah, my perspective is in that same vein. What I like about the end of the year piece is, again, you're not coming out and saying that you're getting, whatever it is, X number of dollars. You can proportionately apply it, and maybe it's not a great budget year, and maybe you don't give 1%. Maybe it is, $500 to every employee kind of thing. I think it gives you more flexibility, and gives you an opportunity to make a decision where you have all of the I keep talking about parameters tonight, but you have all of the variables in a position where, like Scott can tell you more confidently where the budget's going to end up, in at the end of May than he can, right now projecting forward. And that's the approach I like. I think the incentive was nice, and I think it did honor those long-term folks, but moving forward, I like that idea of more of a end of the year percentage based.
Yeah, I think with the retention incentive, we all saw the plethora of emails and the gratitude that came forward, and the goodwill and the positive morale that did generate. And so, I did appreciate that aspect of this particular program with the retention incentive. I think there's a way to carefully craft a one-time lump sum in a way that is a significant enough increase or one-time payment to staff that a 1% increase to their rate of pay would not be nearly, as substantial as a 1% increase on the, teacher to admin scale. So there's a way to craft that language so that it does even that amount out. And I would just strongly advise, if we go with that we were cognizant of putting that language in to try to have a meaningful amount for all pay scales and pay grades. I will say, with either of these programs and with the one-time lump sum program, the strong and stringent warning is to be very careful about, as Ms. Day has mentioned more than once, I believe, that rollout and communication. Because when you issue that 1% or that lump sum one year and you don't the next year, or if you do that 2 years in a row and you're unable to do it a third, then it has a detrimental effect on morale as well. And so we just have to be very cognizant about that and go with our eyes wide open that whichever program we settle on, or if we have aspects of both, that it's something that hopefully could be sustainable within our package, or it's purposely communicated to be an additional percentage for this particular year while our finances are a little more uncertain. So, those parameters and what that purpose is and for how long that purpose is, I think needs to be very carefully understood first, so that we can craft that message then out to the district.
I think duly noted, Tiffany. I think, in fact, actually, I think the district did what I thought was a very good job last year of articulating that messaging, because we were very concerned about that we didn't feel like we could do this thing every single year. And in fact, of course, due to, current, national and global conditions, I'm a little bit pessimistic that we're going to be able to pull this off this year. That's why I think it's a little bit more of a difficult conversation. So I think absolutely communication is going to be critical either way.
Mary Jane, you had a question?
Yes, well, actually, Ron just alluded to that, but I thought I would share again in this Zoom call with Commissioner Morath. He was pretty adamant that the school board should not be considering raises at all. So I'm just curious what conversations you've had with our kind of Region 13 counterparts.
Yeah, I've in talking with them, there are some that have adopted 3% raises. There are probably 3 or 4 that were considering 2% raises. There were a couple others that were doing like a 1% and then a one-time lump sum. So I think there's a lot of combinations that you're seeing. And I would say generally they were around the 2% mark, but it could be a combination of 1% and then a lump sum on top of that piece. But there are at least 2, if not 3, that have done a 3% increase as well. And so I hadn't heard of anybody freezing or giving zero, no raises. I've not heard one person in the calls I've been on within the Region 13 say that.
Okay, any other discussion on this item?
I will just say along those same lines, our HR circles have spoken with each other about the potential raises, and even I see a whole lot of maybes and possible 2%, yes, 2 to 3%. A couple of the districts that were holding at the time, but still trying to get there with the percent increases. A 1 to 1.5%. Hoping for a 2%, but I also do know and in my same HR circles, I have the same information and data and research as Mr. Washburn, in that we do have several that are planning for a lump sum, either in lieu of the increase for a couple of districts, or in addition to a small increase, just in case they have the means to be able to do it later on. I wouldn't say the majority of districts in our region are doing that, but there are more interested in that than have been in the past, and that I know to be a few more that to be adding that to their compensation plans.
And again, just because we have it in place doesn't mean we necessarily are going to provide that lump sum in the end. It's just if we don't have anything at all, we short of amending the compensation plan, don't have that flexibility, I guess.
Mary Jane, I was really concerned about increasing compensation, and I listened to some of our neighboring districts' board meetings around what they're doing with compensation plans, and talk to some of our fellow trustees from other districts. And one thing that gave me more confidence in a 2% increase is our fund balance. I think we're in a better position with our fund balance than most of our neighboring districts, just because we have made the board previous to my service has made so many thoughtful, fiscally responsible decisions, so that we do have, so we're in a pretty good position with that. The districts that are not giving any raises, from what I could tell, were just in a real more serious, they did not have as much in fund balance as we did, and they had already committed. If they did have funds in fund balance, they knew that they were going to have to spend them on things other than compensation in the future. Was what I would took away from some of those conversations.
And I will just echo what Joanna said. I also spoke to some trustees, and I was very nice to hear that we were in a position where we can, because we have such a strong fund balance, and they're just not in that position. So I feel confident with the 2%.
Yeah, I would concur. When I talk to folks, they are a little bit envious of our position with fund balance. And again, I think as we move forward, it does give us that ability to do that with confidence. And I think that's what Scott's kind of alluded to as he's presented the budget to you, that because of the decisions you've made over the past several years, we're in the position to be able to provide that opportunity for the 2% raise.
Okay, is there any more discussion on this? Are we comfortable with the compensation plan as it's drafted and will be presented next week, or do we want to direct Tiffany to do edits in anticipation of that conversation? Mary Jane?
So, I mean, I thought I was hearing from both Todd and Scott leaning towards an alternative to what we see tonight. Is that accurate? I mean, could we maybe through this week, you could have a version A, version B?
Yeah, I'd love to be able to provide it to the board, and then you can look at them side by side. You can, have some time to process our conversation tonight, and then we can come back and get a nod from the board on moving forward, which direction, if they want to add that either one to the compensation plan or remove both of them, just so we can adopt that next week, correct?
Sure. I'll have an A and a B option. So the A would be, just because it's already status quo with the program with the retention incentive, and the B, just to clarify, would be for that one-time lump sum option with similar languages we've done several years ago, instead of the retention incentive program. And so be able to look at those two options with all the other red lines remaining the same.
And do we agree that it would be useful, fellow board members, to have some data on what other industries or other school districts have found effective in terms of meeting the goals of attracting and retaining life-changing teachers? I mean, I'm a lawyer, I'm not an HR professional, and I understand that there are different purposes for both of the bonuses, and I'd be curious what kind of information we have that supports our decision.
I mean, I think if that's readily available, and if that's something that Tiffany can pull to support either of the options, that's great. I think that it may be a longer term conversation about how we can research and develop these proposals. I don't know. I just don't know how much she's going to be able to find in the next week. But if there's evidence to suggest that either one of those is superior or has better, rationale, I think that would be helpful information to have, certainly.
I will do my best to try to pull some of that research. I do suspect that some of that research, if in fact I can pull it together, is going to say, and speaking like a lawyer, it depends. It depends on what your purpose is. It depends on what you're trying to do with and for your staff inside of these compensation choices. A is going to be this purpose, B is going to be that purpose. So, but I think it's great research to have if it's available to see, whether longevity versus, for the bonus or lump sum concept would be, if that research is there and available, that would be great to hear. So I will certainly take a look.
Barbara?
My comment to that is not necessarily data from other industries. It is such a unique industry. You know, to some extent, maybe information from other districts would be helpful. But what I'm really interested in is feedback from our own district. You know, which of these plans, we've done both of them, which do we think met our needs? And I don't know where that would come from. I mean, certainly the input from the building principals, you know, they're the ones that oversee staff at each campus. You know, what do they think? Which plan do they think, you know, had a better impact at retaining who we're trying to retain?
That's a great idea. Yeah. Some of that internal research, because of our unique industry, I think would be very beneficial. So we'll try to look and see what we can do to gather some of that.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Thank you for working on that, Tiffany. We'll look forward to hearing more next week. We'll move on then to consideration approval of the 2020-2021 budget. Scott gave us an overview earlier this evening. Do you have anything else you'd like to say at this point?
No, just that the report that you have, the budget packet that you'll get, you have it in draft view right now, and that obviously it's missing the 2019-20 data because we don't have our 2019-20 amendment prepared yet. And so we'll complete that by Wednesday, have this updated by Thursday. So it'll be the presentation will be available to you by Thursday, but we'll make sure that you have hard packets that will be delivered to you before the meeting on Monday.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Okay, I appreciate that, Scott. Item D then, you're still in the hot seat. Consideration approval of employee child care benefit for 2021.
Yes, this is the one that at 1 in the morning last year, I think I called the after scare program, but when it was so late. But anyway, this is just a standard approval that the board makes every year that the district pays $50 per month or for staff members and employees for after school care. And so it's a pretty standard action item. If you have any questions, let me know, but we just are recommending to continue that program.
Barbara?
Do we want to leave this on our action items so we can discuss it? Or is that something that we want to move to consent agenda?
Thoughts for board members? Marissa said consent.
My only thought, and I think I mentioned this last year, is that it's a great perk that we have for our staff, and so by keeping it as an action item, it maybe highlights. I don't know if it's worth the extra attention to spend a few more minutes, but that's why I like seeing it as an action item.
Thoughts there? I know it's important to communicate that it's definitely a part of the benefit package.
So I'm fine with that then, but just, yeah, if we can kind of highlight that in the discussion, if it's something unique that we do, you know, how much it's appreciated by employees. If we're leaving it as an action item for that purpose, then let's be sure and highlight that.
Okay, that sounds what we will do that next week then, if that works for everybody. Item E, consideration approval of amendment to district innovation plan group health benefit for employees. Scott.
All right, so this is what we brought to the board, actually really the last couple of board meetings, and this is the culmination of that. And so all the prior work to get to this point has been completed now. The District of Innovation Committee met and approved the recommended amendment. And this amendment is what gives the district the ability to provide additional group healthcare coverages. And so I think this is a huge win for the district. After the DOI committee met, then the district advisory committee met and unanimously approved it also. It's been on our website for over 30 days now. And so it will come to the board next week looking for your blessing, which it has to be approved with a two-thirds margin by the school board. And then that will become part of the District of Innovation plan, but it won't renew the District of Innovation plan. So that will still be a plan that will need to be renewed by June of next year. So, but it will become part of it immediately if the board approves next week.
Okay, any questions for Scott? So it's really kind of a two-parter, right? Because you've got the amendment to the District of Innovation plan, and then you've got the actual motion related to the coverage.
That's correct. So then I'll do this part, and then Tiffany takes the group healthcare portion.
Okay, so if there isn't any questions about that, then the next item is F, consideration approval of alternate group health medical coverage. Tiffany.
Yes, ma'am. So this is, as you mentioned, part 2 of the 2-part dance here. And so if the board sees fit to approve the amendment to the District of Innovation plan, allowing that alternative group health coverage, then we would in fact need to approve through an interlocal agreement with the company to actually provide that alternate group health medical coverage. I'm just going to reiterate because I know that you all have a lot on your plate, that this is in fact an alternate group coverage. All of the TRS plans remain available for all of our staff. These are 2 additional plans. It's a high deductible and a copay plan through a separate company. And to date, in the months of May and June, TSHBP has about 89 districts that either have or have notified that they intend to join. So we're not alone in jumping on to this opportunity for our staff. The benefits committee was gathered together and took a survey with us. We gave them a lot of detail and information, provided them the Zoom meeting for the presentation that Russ gave to all of you back a couple of months ago from FBS. And 19 of those benefits committee members out of 19 who took the survey were unanimous in being happy about and recommending that we provide additional group health coverage if possible. They did provide some great feedback, which was just to be sure that we're promoting and that there's an understanding of what the plans entail and what they don't, and a good educational process about those additional options. So I would love to be able to provide more options for individuals and their families in terms of health coverage, because everybody's family needs are different. Priorities are different in terms of premiums and copays and the medical needs they're facing. So this is something that I look at as an expansion of our benefits to our employees, just because more choice provides them more flexibility. So that is the F agenda item that goes with the District of Innovation Amendment in a nutshell. You'll see a resolution. You will also see the interlocal agreement, and I will let you know that we provided these to Oscar for legal review, and I conversed with him even up through today, and we made a few amendments to that interlocal agreement or recommendations. Most of those were accepted, and so we have the blessing to move forward with the documents that Sheila updated for you as late as this afternoon when we heard back finally from or with final word from that last version from Oscar. So I just wanted y'all to know that did undergo legal review and pass muster there.
Thank you, Tiffany. Mm-hmm. Tell me, has anybody have any questions? We appreciate you bringing this to us. Okay, if there aren't any comments or questions, then we'll move on to consideration approval of hazardous transportation routes. Scott.
So I have Pam on the phone. If you have any questions, there are some updates, and she's provided documents that show all the updates, and then, for each campus. So if there's any questions, then I think obviously Pam was best suited to answer that, but it's just an annual approval that's required by the board.
Any questions for Pam? Barbara, do you want to ask a question about this one?
I don't have a question for Pam. My question would be whether we could move this item to consent.
I know, that's why I thought you might want to ask that. How does everybody feel about this one going to consent? Okay. So let's do that. Scott, thank Pam for being on the phone for us, or if she can hear me, thank you for, for hanging in there with us this evening. We appreciate that. So we'll add that to consent, and then we'll move to item H, consideration approval of child nutrition meal prices for 2021.
So like the last one, I have John Crowley. He's on the phone here also, and basically their department, John, is not recommending any price changes for next year. They're still doing well with their fund balance, and so obviously there's a lot of unknowns. We talked about the child nutrition, but anyway, it still needs to be approved by the board each year, and so no recommended changes, but John is available if you have any questions.
Any questions for John or Scott? Barbara, is this another one that you think we might move to consent, since there are, especially since there aren't any edits?
Yeah, that's my question. Since he's not recommending any changes.
How do people feel about that?
We also say a big thank you to John Crowley for feeding all the kids and families this and all the hard work that he and Child Nutrition did this during the pandemic, and how appreciated we know it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully he can hear us, Scott. If not, if he'll convey that, but we are very appreciative of him and his team going the extra mile to make sure all those kiddos were fed every day.
I think John wants to say a couple words if you don't mind, but yes.
Oh, good. Sure. Please.
Thank you. And I was going to say, all my staff felt really good because there's so many positive comments, and we got cards and notes from people. So, we feel very good about, what we're able to do. So thank you for mentioning that.
Well, we're glad that you figured out how to make it work and to provide the extra food that you did. And I know it took a group of you to do it every time you packaged it, but we really appreciate that extra effort. So thank you. Okay, so we'll move that to consent as well. And then item I is consideration approval of required cybersecurity training verification of compliance. Todd.
Yes, and this is a new requirement, and what we're doing is we're just bringing to you that our staff have completed their required training, and so next week you would just be certifying that we have fulfilled that obligation required by the state.
Does the state have any criteria that we were supposed to have met in the cybersecurity training? Because I haven't looked at the statute, and as the motion reads, it says the required cybersecurity training, but I don't know, how do we know that it meets whatever elements the statute said that it's required to meet? I mean, I trust that Cindy did that, but I don't want to vote for something that I don't know what I'm certifying.
Sure, and actually, Cindy is in the room to make sure technology is running smooth this evening, so I will just let her clarify that for you.
Sure.
Can you hear Cindy?
Can you hear me? Okay. Per regulation, the Department of Information Resources of the state of Texas is assigned to approve at least 5 cybersecurity training providers, and they did approve more than that, and so we have used 2 approved cybersecurity training resources. One is Safe Schools, and the other is Texas Tech Resources. But those were approved by the state.
And Cindy, I'm going to jump in on the tail end of that and just let the board know that there were massive efforts from administrators, from the technology department, from the HR department to ensure that training was met by all permanent staff who had the device access or the system access that triggered in the statutes the training that was required. And so that was issued through Safe Schools. It was monitored up through Saturday and Sunday, even to a 9 o'clock Zoom to ensure compliance on a Saturday morning for those that few stragglers that we had. And so much thanks to our campus administrators for working really hard in tandem with us, our department directors, technology. It was just a real team effort to get us fully compliant on that training. And I'm happy to be able to report into you, other than the employees, our employees who are on federal protected leave, FMLA, and can't be compelled to work, including being trained. And those guys, we've got a plan for when they return to get them trained and caught up to speed. So we were actually able to submit a certification on the employees' half of compliance timely and by the deadline, which was in fact what, today, Cindy?
Yeah.
Awesome. That's great information. Thank you. And thanks for all your hard work getting that done.
All right. Any other questions about Barbara?
So my question would be whether we want to move this to consent. And if not, if we're going to leave it as an action item, I would ask that at a minimum, we kind of fine tune the goal that it's meeting, because we've got it as providing resources, and it probably is more of a, I'm sure it's directed at safety, student safety. So if it's going to stay as an action item, I would ask that we fine tune that. But my question is this something that could go to consent if it's just a compliance issue that we're doing it to check off that compliance box?
Yeah, I think we can move it to consent if you all are comfortable with that.
Any concerns? Looks like
not a concern, and I'm perfectly fine to do that. But there is that element of, this is one more required training of us as volunteer school board members, and you know, just I don't think the public realizes sometimes, but or like Senate Bill 1566, you know, things like that.
right, since this one was, yeah, and this was a large requirement of employees and school board members for sure. Would you like to take the opportunity to highlight that, Mary Jane, leave it in the regular meeting? No? Okay. So we'll move it to consent.
Who?
Go ahead, Todd.
Sorry, just I had to let someone back in.
Shannon dropped. Shannon's screen froze, so I know she was trying to get back in.
Yeah, I just let her back in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Item J is consideration approval of guaranteed maximum price amendment number 2 to the construction contract for Elementary 5 project. And Scott.
Thank you. So the next two action items I'm going to turn over to Clint, but before I do, I just want to put in a good word for Clint and Mike, because I know that they have spent an inordinate amount of time meetings and back and forth with the budgets of these two, both elementary number 5 and Walnut Springs. And personally, I feel like they've done an excellent job to get us to where we are today. So I'm going to turn it over to Clint, let him go give you kind of the highlights and then answer your questions.
All right, thank you, Scott, and thank you, board. What we're bringing forward for review tonight, and then consideration and approval next week is the GMP number 2, or the final GMP for the elementary school number 5 project. And so since the approval of GMP 1 last month, which was for a little over $8.3 million, primarily for, you know, site work and earthwork and utilities and kind of the early, early project work. We've been working, as Scott said, we've been working, very diligently with Corrigan and our contractor Bartlett Cock on development of a final GMP. And so what we're bringing forward as a final GMP or total GMP is a total amount of 32,383,000, just over 32,383,000. And there's a summary in the agenda item write-up that shows the GMP1 amount, the GMP2, and then the total final GMP proposed of just over $32.383 million. And this GMP does include the alternate for an additional 100 parking spaces, which would allow for over 300 parking places. I think right at 325 total parking spaces. So, be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Clint?
I have a question for our legal counsel about this once we go into closed, given the information we received this past week.
Any questions for Clint? Barbara?
So I had a question. It looked like some of the cost value options that were proposed dealt with, in the mechanical section, dealt with lighting. And there's a reference to some lighting plan, I think, drawings, that we don't typically see. But my question is, again, about the dark sky compliance, and whether we're confident that the drawings and any changes for cost value purposes, and that we are in compliance with the current dark sky.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. As we go through that cost value options process, and especially with something like lighting, where we're ensuring that we're dark sky compliance. It's like almost like a reflex action for Mike and I as we go through the lighting is to, obviously anything that's exterior lighting is to make sure that whatever's being specified in place of what was in the original cost estimate is 100% dark sky compliant. So yes, very confident in terms of our compliance with dark sky for this project.
So, and the dark sky compliance, I guess is kind of evaluated by the city and their own consultant, and they may sometimes have interpretations that may differ from other people's interpretations. Has this gone through kind of the phase of, getting their input as to whether they're in agreement with our assessment that we are dark sky compliant?
Yes, that is part of the review process. The city, for their review, they don't do a lot. They don't do a lot. A lot of the scopes are done by outside consultants, and this is one of those that's reviewed by their the city's dark sky consultant. And you're right. Sometimes there's some interpretation involved, and we're in the process now of going through any comments, and to my knowledge, as of tonight, there weren't any specific comments in regards to any discrepancies in terms of what we were proposing versus what the dark sky consultant would maybe question. But we can certainly, between now and next week, I will ask that specific question of in terms of that review to make sure that we haven't received any comments. But to my knowledge, there's not been any comments regarding any discrepancies.
Other questions? Okay, if not, I will move us along to item K, consideration approval, guaranteed maximum price amendment number 3 for new Walnut Springs Elementary and Dripping Springs Middle School renovations project. Scott or Clint.
Okay, and similarly, this is our final GMP for this project. On this project, we're having a total of 3 GMPs. GMP number 1, which was just under 1.5 million, was for that wastewater connection to Arrowhead, and I'm happy to say that that connection has been completed. And then GMP number 2 for a little over $3.4 million was for that, early site work, earthwork package that the board approved last month. And so what we'll be bringing, what we're bringing for review tonight and then consideration approval next week is GMP number 3, or the final proposed GMP. And again, there's a summary in the agenda item write-up that you can kind of see how that's broken down for a final GMP of just under $34 million. We've been working really hard on this one. I think I reported a couple of months ago that the initial cost estimates on the project were running somewhere 10 to 15% higher than budget. And so we've been working really hard with Corrigan and American on that, and have made a great deal of progress. And one of the things we've talked about for several months is, and Ms. Kroll, you referred to this earlier in regards to, early discussions involve maybe taking over a portion of that middle school for the elementary, somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 8 to 10 classes. We decided as we worked through the process and through conversations with the board that long-term maintaining that capacity at the middle school is going to be very important to us. And so it's a pretty major accomplishment. I think that we've actually been able to maintain that capacity in the middle school, and are proposing a GMP that's within our project budget. This GMP includes several alternates, one of which being that kind of connecting amphitheater courtyard between the middle school and Walnut. And I'll preface this by saying that we've worked really closely with both the principals at both schools and kind of talking through, trying to include a couple of these alternates that are really important to them and very high leverage, and something that will help in the long-term success of both of those campuses, and this kind of looking back on this project long term is things that are important to include. So that amphitheater courtyard improvements are included in this. Improvements between the D wing and E wing at the middle school. We tried to make sure that we were including as much as we possibly could for middle school improvements. If you're familiar with that area between the D wing and the E wing, it's got what I sometimes refer to as a monstrosity of ramps that kind of go back and forth. This would remove those ramps and provide them with some additional sport court area in that area between basically the D wing, where you've got the older gym, and then the E wing, which is the newer gym and the cafeteria. So just provides, that's one of the things early on in the planning and programming process that came out from discussions with middle school staff was how important that outdoor area was, and if we could make some improvements to that existing area, that was very important to them. So it does include that. It also includes lighting in the new LED lighting in the gymnasium, and both gymnasiums and the cafeteria. We've got some older, like a couple of versions old fluorescent lighting in some of those spaces, and then also some old metal halide lights in the gymnasium. Those metal halide lights are the ones when you turn them on, they take like 20 minutes, especially if you accidentally turn them off and then you turn them back on, it takes them like 20 minutes to come back on. So we'd be replacing the lighting in those large spaces with new LED lighting. And then also one of the alternates is some improvements to the special services courtyard on the middle school side. So all that being said, the total final GMP that we're proposing is $33,945,994. And again, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Other questions for Clint? Okay. I don't see any. Thank you for laying all of that out. Certainly, members have the over the week, if they've reviewed more in depth and have questions, I'll encourage you to reach out to Clint, and then of course ask next Monday as well. That brings us to the end of board discussion action items. We'll move now to announcements. Oh, Todd, you're muted.
No announcements for tonight. We'll save those for next week.
Okay. I know that Friday is graduation. I think at 8 o'clock in Tiger Stadium. Is that accurate?
I believe we start it officially at 8:30.
8:30.
But we do have a process for people to arrive in phases and stages. So we'll be streaming that live beginning at 7 o'clock. And so if those of you want to tune in, there'll be some just kind of celebrations and highlights of the class as folks are coming in, because we are employing safety protocols, social distancing, assigned seating at the stadium as well. And so it takes a little time to coordinate that. And so folks will be getting there a little bit earlier than normal so they can get to their assigned seats and do that safely. And but the streaming will start at 7. So if anyone would like to tune in early to hear some of the updates about the class, you're welcome to do that as well.
Todd, will you make sure that the board members have access to that? And then I'll just ask, I assume I am not going to be at graduation. Mary Jane is going to read the board script for me. Has everybody gotten the instructions that they need as to when the board should show up? Okay, so no, if we could make sure that
I'll send an updated announcement with time of arrival, and we do have a location, a specific parking lot for y'all to park into. So I'll give you explicit directions. I'll send
Thank
those.
you. Thank you. And I know I won't be there. Do you have numbers for everybody else as far as participants, Todd?
Board member participants?
Yeah.
I don't have personally confirmed. I know that there are a few that I've
people
heard
let you
coming
know
in.
if they're not going to be there.
When I send out the email, you can just respond back to me, just confirming if you'll be there or not. That would be helpful.
Okay.
And also, just a reminder that, oh my gosh, what is her name in the counselor's office? I've never forgotten her name before.
Retta Airy?
No.
Kim?
Kim. She did send out an email a while ago asking preliminary numbers on who was planning on attending so she could get the robes. So just an FYI on that, if you all got that. And she probably has numbers, Todd, of who indicated they might be coming.
Yeah.
Barbara?
So what's the recommendation for masks or not masks? And if we're wearing masks, is there anywhere we can get those, the ones with the logo on them?
Yes, we'll have those available to you. The pickup that we have, we've ordered them all for the students to have the little logo on them. And so we can have those available when you arrive to get those. And again, you'll be parking in a specific parking lot. And I'll add those details in there as well.
All right. Any other questions? If not, I will thank everybody that has joined us tonight, and we'll move now into closed session. We will now convene in a closed meeting to discuss the following items posted on our agenda this evening as allowed by the Texas Government Code. Consultation with legal counsel regarding TERS Second Amendment regarding extension. and clarification of the cost allocation and reimbursement agreement and related project matters, Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.129. Consultation with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, Student versus Dripping Springs, ISD number 072-DM-0320, including possible settlement agreement, pending litigation in Student versus Dripping Springs, ISD number 275-SE-0520, and related special education matters. Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.129. Consultation with legal counsel pursuant to 551.071 and 551.129 regarding cause number 20-1110, Charles Cooper and Linda Cooper versus Dripping Springs Independent School District in the 22nd Judicial District, Hays County, Texas. Consideration of matters pertaining to personnel, legal, student discipline, and/or real estate, Texas Government Code Section 551.074, 551.082, 551.081. Superintendent evaluation, including goals and related progress reporting, Texas Government Code Section 551.074. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of discussions in closed meeting will take place after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. It is now 9:36 p.m. All right. The board ended its closed meeting at 12:48 a.m. There being no business to, no action to take as a result of closed session, the board stands adjourned at 12:48 a.m. Thank you all for your work tonight. We will